Chapter 3860. 4. Duan Lingtian. Cultivation was the strengthening of the divine power in his body. The continuous flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy from heaven and earth was integrated into his body and transformed into his divine power through his cultivation technique. During this process, the divine pills he had consumed, the soul-gathering formation formed by the divine stones around him, and the divine crystals in his hand had all provided him with great help, allowing his cultivation speed to rise even further. Otherwise, even without the bottleneck from the godly king realm to the divine emperor realm, it would still take a long time to cultivate. Many people spent thousands of years cultivating from the moment they broke through to the upper godly king realm to the bottleneck of the divine emperor realm. Even those with good talent had to spend hundreds of years or even thousands of years to do so. With the cultivation resources I have now, even the godly venerable god forces geniuses may not have it, let alone the geniuses of the top godly emperor forces. Duan Lingtian often thought of this when he was cultivating. Of course, he only dared to compare the cultivation resources of the upper godly king realm with others. If it was the cultivation resources of the divine emperor realm, he would not be able to compare. The reason he could enjoy such treatment was because he was able to refine the ultimate king-level divine pills and even ultimate emperor-level divine pills. Although there is no peace, blindly cultivating will still get worse and worse. It's better to take a break once in a while. It's more efficient to cultivate after resting. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not completely immerse himself in cultivation. Moreover, I have nearly 300,000 contribution points now. With so many contribution points, I should be able to stay in the Tianlong clan's law secret chamber for a long time, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. The Tianlong clan's law secret chamber could only allow one to comprehend a certain law to the point of fusing 3 profundities. It was of no help to his law of space. However, it was of great help to him in comprehending other laws. In addition to the law of space, he also comprehended 3 other supreme laws. However, the law of time could not be improved through ordinary law secret chambers. In addition, he had also comprehended all of the 5 elemental laws. When he was in the Linghu family, he had comprehended them to the point where he could fuse 2 profound meanings. I'll first comprehend the laws of life and the laws of fire. These 2 laws will have a huge impact on refining divine pills. Moreover, their improvement will strengthen my clones of the law of life and law of fire as well. Duan Lingtian had already condensed the law clones of the other 8 laws, but he had not used them yet. Moreover, he usually did not use his other nomological avatars. A spatial law doppelganger was enough. If the law of space doppelganger was useless, then the weaker law of space doppelganger would naturally not be of much use. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the law secret chamber, Xuemingji, the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, received the news and immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder, Quang Tianzheng. Duan Lingtian has entered the law secret chamber. Now, do you have a plan to lure him out of the Tianlong clan? On the other hand, Quang Tianzheng was a little troubled. Don't worry, deputy clan leader. I've been thinking of a plan and looking for an opportunity recently. After all, I can't just send someone to Duan Lingtian. Tell him that I've discovered the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert, and invite him to explore them together, right? If Duan Lingtian is so stupid, he wouldn't be alive now. Quang Tianzheng wished he could kill Duan Lingtian, but he also knew that he couldn't alert the enemy. If he sent someone to Duan Lingtian, they would definitely be seen through by Duan Lingtian, who wouldn't hide news of the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert. They would only tell those close to them. It was impossible for them to tell others. I naturally know this. Xuemingji impatiently said, What I want to ask you is, do you have a plan? Yes, Quang Tianzheng responded. In the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian has 2 good friends, They were both 10-star students of the Hidden Fog sect's Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Since then, they have been friends, and now they have entered the Tianlong clan together. I want to use them. Following Kuang Tianjing's words, Xuemingji didn't continue to be aggressive. Then let's wait, Xuemingji said. I also don't believe that Duan Lingtian's 2 friends won't come out. Vice Sect Master Xue, don't worry. I want Duan Lingtian dead more than anyone else. Kuang Tianjing said in a deep voice. Moreover, I am already mentally prepared. If I can't kill Duan Lingtian with this method in the end, I will personally kill him before he grows up. I won't hesitate to die. Kuang Tianjing's tone was resolute. Oh, Kuang Tianjing's words surprised Xuemingji. Elder Tianjing actually has such determination? Therefore, please don't worry, Vice Sect Master. Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death sooner or later, Kuang Tianjing said. As he said this, Kuang Tianjing felt bitter in his heart. If there was a way to kill Duan Lingtian through other means, he wouldn't have taken that step. In fact, it wasn't his own idea to take that step. No one wanted to die. However, the 2 white dragon elders of the 1,000 Demon sect had already spoken to him in private. If it really came to that, he would have to kill Duan Lingtian at the cost of his own life. If he killed Duan Lingtian in Tianlong Temple, he would be executed. If he didn't do as he was told, he and his family would all die without a burial place in order to prevent him from escaping. The 2 white dragon elders of the 1,000 Demon sect had even cooperated with him and left some marks on him so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Originally, if he didn't cooperate, the marks wouldn't be able to reach him. However, he didn't dare to not cooperate. With Elder Tianjing's words, I'm relieved. Xuemingji smiled faintly. For Xuemingji, even if Kuang Tianjing was his son-in-law's master, he was only an inner sect elder. His status was low and couldn't enter his eyes. He didn't care whether he died or not. In fact, if he died, his son-in-law would have less to worry about. In his view, it was a good thing. The Emperor battle plane, the Divine King battlefield. Kill them, and we'll be able to complete the minimum mission for this year and next year, and leave the Divine King battlefield. Don't be afraid. Otherwise, if the other side turns the tables, everyone will die. A team of 30 people from the Tianlong clan was besieging a team of 20 people from the Greater One sect. The top battle strength of both sides was equal, but because the Tianlong clan had the advantage of numbers, it was one-sided. However, because they were at a disadvantage and the danger was close, the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One sect were all as if injected with chicken blood. After a few people were killed, the remaining people became even crazier. Boom! Rumble. The group of Greater One sect disciples knew that at this time they could only fight for their lives. If they tried to escape, they would only die faster because once they escaped, they would become the target of everyone. At that time, not only would the people of the Tianlong clan target him, but the people of the Greater One sect would also not help him. Buzz! A bright blade light flashed across the sky and was about to sweep through the head of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan and split him in two. The expression of the Tianlong clan disciple completely changed. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Bang! At the critical moment, there was an explosion. It was a tall and burly figure breaking through the sky like a god. He punched out, and a terrifying power entwined with blood chi turned into layers of victory, shattering the blade light. Kill him, the tall figure said indifferently. The Tianlong clan disciple revealed an ominous glint in his eyes and joined forces to kill the Greater One sect disciple who had almost killed him. The whole process only took 2 breaths of time. Ding Yan, thank you. The Sky Dragon sect inner sect disciple who had been saved by a life and death situation finally had the time to thank the people around him. We are all fellow disciples, no need to thank me, Ding Yan said. At the same time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan also gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, in the process, there were still several people who were killed by the Greater One Sect disciples. When the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One Sect were completely annihilated, the more than 30 people of the Tianlong clan also lost 6 people, leaving less than 30 people. After the dust settled, the group of Tianlong clan disciples did not have the slightest joy, but each and every one of them had a sorrowful look. They were originally a team of 50 people. They had encountered several waves of Greater One Sect disciples and had been crushed along the way. They had also lost a lot of people. To be able to survive until today, they were all relatively strong. But they did not expect that, although the remaining people were quite strong, they still lost 6 people. I really can't accept this. The number of people who died this time is the most. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a face full of unwillingness. There's no other way the Greater One Sect disciples we encountered this time, although there weren't many people, but their strength was very strong. Only 6 people died, that's already not bad. This time, as we all agreed before, those fallen teammates, if their relatives and friends need help in the future, any one of us is duty-bound to help. Whoever wants to avoid this responsibility will be targeted by the remaining people. Seconded, let's go, let's go. The harvest this time is enough for everyone to complete the minimum task. Ding Yan was also a member of this team. A year ago, Ding Yan originally only found a small team. But as the situation changed, his small team joined forces with several other small teams, and then further expanded. In the end, Ding Yan's team had expanded to nearly 60 people. After entering the battlefield of the Divine King, Ding Yan had followed this team and killed many Greater One Sect disciples, collecting their identity badges. Everyone had only one goal, to complete the minimum task. After completing the minimum task, they would go out to rest for a period of time, and then enter the Emperor battle plane. Chapter 3861. After successfully returning to Sky Dragon City, Ding Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. Then he followed the people in his team to complete the minimum mission. After all, they were not like Duan Lingtian, who brought back a pile of identity badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples and exchanged them for a large amount of battle merits. The identity badges they received were all managed by the strongest team leaders. When they completed the minimum mission, they would be counted one by one. After the counting, Ding Yan followed the people in the team to Peace City. Originally, in the Emperor battle plane, the identity badges used to complete the minimum mission were not counted for battle merits. However, after the Greater One Sect changed this rule, the Tianlong clan also followed suit and changed this rule. After all, if the Tianlong clan changed it, and you did not, it would dishearten the disciples. Ding Yan, what are you going to exchange for with your battle merits? A teammate asked Ding Yan with a smile. Ding Yan shook his head. I've already looked around. Although there is something I want, I can't exchange it for anything with my battle merits. Therefore, I don't plan to exchange for anything for the time being. After saying that, Ding Yan bade farewell to the other party and returned to Sky Dragon City. Just as Ding Yan was walking toward the exit of Sky Dragon City, he saw 2 people walking in front of him in a somewhat secretive manner. The 2 people seemed to have not noticed him and were whispering to each other in low voices. We can't let too many people know about this. That place is suspected to be a divine residence and divine treasury left behind by a divine emperor expert. Of course I know about this. However, didn't you say that opening the divine treasury requires the cooperation of many people? Are you going to find a divine emperor? How is that possible? We are only superior divine kings. How can we find a divine emperor to go with us? If a divine emperor goes, do you think we have a share of the things in the divine residence and divine treasury? The 2 people whispered to each other while looking left and right. However, because they did not notice Ding Yan behind them while looking left and right, they still talked quite a bit. After talking for a while, one of them subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. When he saw Ding Yan, his expression instantly changed. Moreover, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Someone's here. He hurriedly reminded his companions. At the same time, he and his companions stopped and turned around, glaring at Ding Yan. You heard everything? These were two inner sect disciples. Both of them looked young. One was wearing a light green robe, while the other was wearing a grayish-white robe. Both of them were looking at Ding Yan with unfriendly gazes. Yes, Ding Yan was very clear in his heart that with such a short distance and the fact that he was a mid-level divine king, the other party would not believe him if he said that he did not hear it, so he might as well admit it. Furthermore, at this moment his heart was burning with passion. Divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by God emperors? If he could enter, it would be a great opportunity. You are Ding Yan? One of them looked at Ding Yan for a moment and frowned for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. A glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. Yes. Ding Yan nodded. Ding Yan. The other person looked at his companion in confusion. You know him? No, I've only heard of him. This Ding Yan was brought into the sect by our Tianlong clan Sikong. However, he did not join our Tianlong clan until the last time he came in with Duan Lingtian, Hua Tiandu, and the rest. Moreover, he participated in the hidden dragon competition. Sikong, the father of the Azure Dragon disciple, senior sister Sikong Yu? Yes. The two of them conversed for a while and approached Ding Yan. Although Ding Yan's heart tightened, he acted as if nothing had happened. This was because he knew that the two of them would not kill him here. Ding Yan. The green-robed youth stared at Ding Yan and said in a deep voice, We did not mean to let you hear it. However, since you have heard it, we will give you two choices. Ding Yan looked at him and waited for him to continue. The green-robed youth continued, Later, you will leave with us. Consider it carefully during this process. If you are not interested in the Divine Emperor treasury left behind by a Divine Emperor expert, make a heart demon blood oath after you leave and promise that you will not spread this matter. The two of us will give you 1,000 contribution points. If you are interested, we can allow you to join us. However, you can only bring one person with you at most. Since you are close to Sikong, you can invite his daughter, Sikong Yu, to join us. However, before you allow Sikong Yu to join us, you still have to make a heart demon blood oath that you will not spread what you know from us. Moreover, you have to guarantee that Sikong Yu will not spread this matter. Besides that, we know that we are not a match for Sikong Yu. If you want us to bring you over, you have to make a heart demon blood oath before you go. After you leave the sect, you're not allowed to make a move against us unless we take the initiative to make a move against you. The two young men spoke one after another, carefully taking all kinds of concerns into consideration. If it was said that Ding Yan was originally only half believing in the so-called divine dwelling and divine treasure left behind by a divine emperor expert, now he undoubtedly believed it a little more. If they were not sure, why would the two of them be so careful? It was obviously impossible. I also have a request. When the two of them could not think of anything else to say, Ding Yan looked at the two of them and said, I can only bring one person. I have no objections. However, I don't want to bring Sikong Yu. I want to bring Duan Lingtian. He is not a divine emperor. Ding Yan said, Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, the two youths' expressions changed slightly. The Duan Lingtian you're talking about is the one who killed hundreds of Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples in the Divine King battlefield not long ago and is suspected to have the strength of a lower Divine Emperor? Is it the new inner sect disciple who just joined the sect? That Pillmaster Duan? The two youths' expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Yes, Ding Yan nodded. No. One of them shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian is too strong. In fact, he's even stronger than Sikong Yu. Even if we can find a few more powerful higher god kings in the sect to join us, we won't be able to gain anything once we enter the divine dwellings and divine treasure. Duan Lingtian won't do. You should look for Sikongyu. The person shook his head as he said this. At this moment, the other person frowned slightly and said, "If Duan Lingtian joins us with his strength, we can go in with fewer people. It's a good thing. However, if he joins us, we won't be able to get a share of the benefits." Ding Yen frowned when the two youths chimed in. He did not want to bring Sikongyu along for such a good thing. The first person he thought of was Duan Lingtian. "Didn't you say that a divine king would be enough?" "Duan Lingtian is also a divine king," Ding Yen said in a deep voice. "In any case, I'll only bring Duan Lingtian. If you're unwilling, I'll spread the news after I leave. At that time, you'll still have to share the news due to the pressure. Moreover, you won't be able to get anything." As soon as Ding Yen said this, the two youths' expressions changed drastically and their gazes turned sharp. Then, the two youths looked at each other. Under Ding Yan's gaze, they did not speak for more than 10 breaths of time. In the end, the green-robed youth looked at Ding Yan and said in a deep voice, "We can let Duan Lingtian participate. However, before we enter the Divine Emperor Treasury, he must swear a heart demon blood oath that he won't take all the benefits in the Divine Emperor Treasury for himself. He must share them with us. Of course, in view of his strength, that's almost on par with the Divine Emperor, we can give him 30% of the benefits. The remaining 70% will be shared by all of us, including you, Ding Yen." Ding Yen nodded when he heard the green-robed youth's words. "That's not a problem. However, how many people do you intend to bring along?" "I don't recommend bringing too many people." "Of course." The other youth nodded matter-of-factly. "With Duan Lingtian, the two of us can bring along another 4 people. At that time, Duan Lingtian will take 30% of the total benefits, and the remaining 7 of us will each get 10%. Ding Yen felt the youth was too optimistic when he heard his words. How could the Divine Emperor Treasury, left behind by a Divine Emperor Treasury, be so simple? That was something that could cause death. In response, Ding Yen added, "What if someone dies in there? With Duan Lingtian's strength, I'm afraid he'll have to shoulder the burden alone at a critical moment. 8 people. If one of us dies, we'll share 40% with Duan Lingtian. If 2 of us die, we'll share 50% with Duan Lingtian. If 3 of us die, we'll share 60% with Duan Lingtian." Ding Yen stated his request. "You don't have any objections to this, right?" The two of them pondered for a moment and discussed through voice transmission. Finally, they nodded. "No objections. It's decided then. Duan Lingtian has come out a long time ago. He should be cultivating now, right?" After leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Ding Yan and the two youths returned to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Both of them were inner sect disciples as well. However, Ding Yan soon discovered that Duan Lingtian was not there. "I'll contact you after I've contacted Duan Lingtian." After exchanging soul pearls with the two youths, Ding Yan destroyed his residence. The two youths returned to the same courtyard and entered the same room. They activated the formation in time. "The fish has taken the bait." The green-robed youth grinned widely. "Now, let's inform Elder Kuang Tianzheng. This is good news. I'm sure Elder Kuang Tianzheng won't be stingy with his contribution points." The other young man also laughed. Based on their private conversation, it was obvious there were 2 chess pieces in Kuang Tianzheng's plan. As for the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by God Emperor Powerhouse, it was pure nonsense. The 2 messages were sent out one after another. As for Kuang Tianzheng, he immediately received the message from the 2 of them. "Ding Yan has taken the bait." Kuang Tianzheng smiled after listening to the entire process. "It went smoother than I expected. In this case, Ding Yan will most likely believe in the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by God Emperor Powerhouse." Chapter 3862. The Tianlong clan's secret chamber of laws was of a much higher level than the Linghu family's. This was to be expected. After all, one was a god-emperor level clan with a deep foundation, while the other was merely a god-emperor level clan. Duan Lingtian had originally thought that with enough contribution points, he would at least be able to comprehend the fusion of the three profundities of the law of fire and the law of life. However, he soon realized that he had been overthinking things. He had just comprehended the fusion of the three profundities of the law of fire, but before he could comprehend the fusion of the three profundities of the law of life, he was forcefully thrown out of the secret chamber. Have I used up all my contribution points? This thought suddenly popped into Duan Lingtian's mind just as he was thrown out and his comprehension of the law of life was interrupted. A voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. You've used up all your contribution points. The person who had spoken was an old man standing in the corridor outside the secret chambers. He was dressed in a long white robe and had a wizened face. He was now looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Since when could an inner sect disciple squander his contribution points in the secret chamber of laws? Even the son of the sect master and the grandson of the Golden Dragon Elders would not receive such treatment, right? However, when he thought about the source of his contribution points, he felt relieved. His contribution points were not given to him, but earned through his own efforts. No matter how he used them, no one could tell him what to do. Elder Ming, since I've used up all my contribution points, it's time for me to leave. Goodbye. Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze, bid farewell to the old man, and left. The old man with the Black Dragon Elder identity token at his waist acknowledged Duan Lingtian's departure and watched him leave. Just as Duan Lingtian's figure was about to disappear, he could not help but remind him, Duan Lingtian, if you have the chance to obtain a large amount of contribution points in the future, try not to use them up all at once. If there's a need for contribution points in the future, you may not be able to obtain them in time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the old man. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Although he said that, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. If he really wanted contribution points, there were many ways to obtain them. He believed that the sect master of the Tianlong clan would not be stingy in the face of what he had offered. I'll cultivate for now. As for the other laws, there's no hurry, I'll take my time. After leaving the secret room, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, however, with the law of fire I've comprehended, my law of fire clone should be able to provide me with some help. After all, not everyone below the divine emperor realm can comprehend the law and fuse three profound meanings to perfection. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of all three profundities from the law of fire and had reached the perfection stage. Even if he didn't use the law of space and only used the law of fire, his strength wouldn't lose to the strongest group of young geniuses under the divine emperor of Sky Dragon sect. So many people have come out. After returning to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area from the law secret chamber, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many more inner sect disciples than before. Obviously, they had all come out from the battlefield of the divine kings. It's Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the inner sect disciples lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. It was as if they had seen a celebrity. In fact, Duan Lingtian could be considered a celebrity. Before the opening of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself by refining an ultimate divine pill in public. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed hundreds of Greater One Sect's Divine Kings, causing the Divine Kings of the Greater One Sect to tremble in fear. Now, not to mention the Greater One Sect and the Tianlong clan, even among the top Divine Emperors in the Tunlin province, Duan Lingtian's reputation was not small. Duan Lingtian is back. Not long after Duan Lingtian's return, Ding Yan, who was in his own residence, received a message. The person who sent the message was none other than one of the two people who had invited him to join the treasure hunt in the divine treasury of the divine abode. Duan Lingtian is back. After receiving the message, Ding Yan immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're back? Duan Lingtian, who had just returned to his residence, replied, I've been back for a long time, but I've been in the law secret chamber recently. You're out too? Yes. Ding Yan replied, then said, I have something to talk to you about in person. Come over. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two of them met again. Ding Yan, you should have completed the minimum mission, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Yes. Ding Yan nodded with a smile. If I hadn't completed it, I probably wouldn't have come out. Duan Lingtian, I've heard that you single-handedly killed more than 100 godly kings from the Tai sect in the battlefield of the godly kings. Ding Yan sighed. You know, I was worried that you would be targeted before. Now that I think about it, I was too naive. Back then, when he learned that Si Kongyu planned to join forces with Duan Lingtian to enter the Divine King battlefield, he was relieved for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian going in alone, he felt that it would be dangerous, so he was even more worried about it. Now it seemed that he was worried for nothing, and at the same time he underestimated Duan Lingtian too much. I didn't meet any of their experts. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and at the same time he thought of a name, Shimin Longxiang. Judging from the other party's performance in the Divine King battlefield, his strength was obviously close to that of a lower Divine Emperor. In their Greater One sect, I'm afraid that only Shimin Longxiang can contend with you. Ding Yan said, and at the same time a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything. He changed the topic and asked, Ding Yan, didn't you say that you have something to talk to me about? What is it? Ding Yan's expression turned solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After confirming that Duan Lingtian had activated the isolation formation, he said, Duan Lingtian, I have news about the divine dwellings and divine treasure left behind by a divine emperor. And it seems to be left behind by a divine emperor. Hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. A divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert? Seeing Ding Yan's mysterious face, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask, Ding Yan, where did you get this news? Is it reliable? Now, Duan Lingtian thought of the last time he entered the divine palace, left behind by divine Emperor Qinwu. Was Duan Lingtian's luck that good? In less than 100 years, he went to a divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert, and now he received news of another divine palace left behind by another divine emperor expert? It should be reliable. Ding Yan nodded. He then told Duan Lingtian about his previous experience and the agreement he made with the others. In the end, he reminded Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, don't tell anyone about this. I have made a heart demon blood oath. Normally, Ding Yan could only tell Duan Lingtian about this after Duan Lingtian had made a heart demon blood oath. However, he trusted Duan Lingtian, so he skipped this part. Of course, he had to bear the risk. Duan Lingtian heard Ding Yan's words, and his eyes flashed a few times before he finally nodded. Okay, when are you leaving? Call me. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan repeated. At this time, Ding Yan repeated again, after we gather, before we reach the divine palace left behind by the divine emperor expert, you also need to make a heart demon blood oath. Duan Lingtian nodded. I understand. Then Ding Yan chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while, mainly talking about her experience in the Divine King battlefield. Of course, he also asked Duan Lingtian about Duan Lingtian's experience. After learning that Duan Lingtian had once exterminated the 30 divine kings of the Greater One sect with his own strength, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian, do you think that Greater One sect's Shimin Longxiang is really as strong as the rumors say? Ding Yan asked. I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. However, since he was able to kill nearly 100 divine king disciples of the Tianlong clan in such a short period of time, and there was no lack of top existences in the Tianlong clan, it can be seen that his strength is indeed extraordinary. At least, if I can do it, it shouldn't be difficult for him to do it. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan broke out in a cold sweat. If that's really the case, then it's fortunate that we didn't meet him. Otherwise, even if we weren't exterminated by him, I'm afraid that not many of us would have survived. While feeling a lingering fear in his heart, Ding Yan bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Returning to his room, Ding Yan was sweating like rain, but it was all cold sweat. On the other side, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, his left hand leaning on the table, chin in hand, deep in thought. Divine Palace, left behind by a divine emperor expert? Interesting. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Lingtian stood up, returned to his room, and continued to cultivate. It wasn't until 2 months later that he came out of seclusion. This time he didn't want to come out of seclusion, but because of Ding Yan's message. Because he had an agreement with Ding Yan, he didn't block the message, so he didn't enter a selfless state of cultivation. Although the results of his cultivation in the past 2 months were average, he still made some progress and was one step closer to the divine emperor realm. Duan Lingtian, they're already waiting for us outside the sect's encampment. Ding Yan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. At this time, Duan Lingtian could see the excitement in Ding Yan's eyes. Regarding this, he could also understand. After all, it was a divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert, and it was suspected that it was left behind by a superior divine emperor. Not to mention Ding Yan, who was a divine king. Even a divine emperor would be tempted. Okay, let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, as he stepped out, he stomped his foot in the air, and the door to his residence that had just been opened by the formation closed again. Seeing this, Ding Yan was stunned, not understanding why Duan Lingtian did this. He was about to leave, so what was the point of opening the array? Seeing Ding Yan's shock, Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. You know that I have many enemies in the Tianlong clan. I can open the array and pretend that I'm still inside. Even if someone discovers that I'm leaving now, as long as they can't confirm that it's my original body, they will have to suspect that my original body is still inside. Chapter 3863. Ding Yan's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he said apologetically, Duan Lingtian, I really forgot about that. I was led by the nose by the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor. I completely forgot that you'll be in danger if you leave the Tianlong temple. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan had learned about the conflict between the Duan Lingtian and the Thousand Devils sect through Ho Qingning, even though Duan Lingtian did not mention it. It's fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, now that the Emperor Battle Realm has opened, everyone's attention is on the Emperor Battle Realm. Even if some people are watching me, they won't dare to act rashly. Don't tell me they'll take the risk to kill me. What if I'm only leaving the Tianlong temple with my clone? I'm not a native of the realms of gods, and I don't have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. Therefore, I can form a law clone at will. Moreover, the loss of a law clone won't cause any substantial damage to my main body. At most, it'll take me some time to form a new law clone. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan said solemnly. If that's the case, you'll follow me with your law clone. It's too risky for you to go with your main body. Moreover, even if you only send your law clone with me, the others won't be able to compete with you and me. Ding Yan said, how do you know I'm not just a law clone now? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan through voice transmission with a smile. Ding Yan's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then his expression softened as he sighed in relief inwardly. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan. Ding Yan nodded and led Duan Lingtian out of the Tianlong temple. Before they left the Tianlong temple, Kuang Tianjin, an inner elder, received news that they had left together. Duan Lingtian left with Ding Yan. Yes, The person who came to report to Kuang Tianjing was none other than his second disciple. Zhongkin. Kuang Tianjing's eyes brightened when he heard this. Zhongkin frowned slightly as he said, "However, I heard from the messenger that Duan Lingtian left his residence, said that he activated the formation after he left Duan Lingtian and met Ding, he reactivated the formation again." When he spoke up to this point, Zhongkin paused for a moment before he spoke of his concerns. "Master, according to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian doesn't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse, and he's from a Devata realm. Moreover, during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he revealed a clone of the Law of Space. Could it be that he left the Tianlong Temple after meeting Ding Yan and leaving with his Law of Space clone?" Kuang Tianjing frowned when he heard Zhong Can's words. "He even concealed his residence?" "Yes." Zhongkin nodded. "We'll have to destroy the formation in his residence to confirm if he left his true body behind. Moreover, that's not safe. It's impossible for the people there to keep following him. After all, there's a risk of being discovered. He could have left his true body behind on his way out. Therefore, there's only one way to confirm if it's his real body that left. That's to confirm if it's his real body or his clone outside of the Sky Dragon Sex estate. However, that's not something that can be easily detected with divine consciousness. At the very least, if he wants to, even a superior divine emperor won't be able to confirm if it's his true body or his clone, unless it's the divine consciousness of a divine emperor who's 2 stages higher than his soul." Kuang Tianjing frowned when he heard Zhong Can's words. In the end, Kuang Tianjing took a deep breath and said, "I understand. Leave the rest to me. If you have time, you should spend more time with my disciple's wife. I can see that Vice Sect Leader Shui really values you. Make good use of this opportunity." After saying that, Kuang Tianjing sighed. "All right, you can go back. Master, if there's anything else, just let me know." Zhongkin said solemnly before he left. "All right." Kuang Tianjing nodded. His tone was casual, but no one knew if he took Zhongkin seriously. As soon as Zhongkin dared to leave, Kuang Tianjing sent out a message. Of course, this message was not for Zhongkin Mengshan. That Duan Lingtian left behind a smokescreen in the end. This time, I'm afraid you'll have to confirm if it's his true body or his clone that left. Kuang Tianjing sighed and said, "If you regret it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll find someone else." As soon as Kuang Tianjing finished speaking, there was a response from the other side. "Master, if you hadn't taken me in back then, I would have died long ago. I'm not very talented, and I'm the one with the worst talent among your disciples. Even my current cultivation base of an inferior divine emperor is all thanks to you, Master. Even if I'm safe and sound now and don't take risks, I can only live for a few thousand years at most. The last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for me. This time, it's my honor to do something for Master and little junior brother." Mengshan was also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. As an inferior divine emperor, Mengshan was also an outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan and usually stayed in the outer sect. Outside the Tianlong temple, Duan Lingtian was led by Ding Yan. After about half a day, Duan Lingtian followed Ding Yan into a small town and saw the other 2 inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan who had agreed to go with Ding Yan. In addition to the 2 inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, there were 4 unfamiliar faces to Ding Yan. Looking at the identity tokens hanging from their waists, they were obviously inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. Ding Yan. As soon as Ding Yan and Duan Lingtian arrived, the 2 inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yan to the Divine Emperor's divine residence came up to him and introduced the other 4 to Ding Yan. Ding Yan was also introduced to the other 4 people. "I don't think I need to introduce this person, right?" As one of them spoke, the other 4 people suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian with vigilance. Duan Lingtian. For any inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian was an existence that they absolutely could not provoke. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, They did not think they could be a match for Duan Lingtian. What a joke! After all, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 100 disciples from the Tai sect's Divine King battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm. Moreover, it was said that a team of 30 people had been wiped out by Duan Lingtian with no survivors. What kind of concept was this? Hello, Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan. Please take care of us this time. Hello, Senior Brother Duan. The four of them smiled as they greeted Duan Lingtian, and all of them were extremely enthusiastic. In fact, they did not dare to take the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian to swear a heart demon blood oath that he would not attack them, and that he would not take everything he had obtained in the divine residence. In the end, it was the two inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already heard about this from Ding Yen. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to swear the heart demon blood oath. Seeing this, the four inner sect disciples who had also been invited heaved a sigh of relief. Now, we should be able to go to the divine residence, left behind by the divine emperor expert, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two people who had invited him and asked. The two of them nodded with a smile. Since Senior Brother Duan is also in a hurry to go, we won't stay any longer. Let's go now. Soon, the 8 of them stepped into the air and flew in another direction under the lead of the two inner sect disciples. It's not in the same direction as before. The 2 of you are really careful. One of the 4 inner sect disciples shook his head and said, It's better to be careful. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said matter-of-factly, With just the 2 of us, we won't be able to suppress all of you. Not to mention, there's also Senior Brother Duan among you. It's better to be careful. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other 4 did not say anything else. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 8 of them hurried along. None of them took out a divine artifact flying ship and flew with their own strength. Their speed was not slow at all. Although Ding Yen was only a middle divine king, the law profundity that he had comprehended was not something that most of the inner sect disciples in the Tianlong clan could compare to. Therefore, his speed was not slower than an ordinary upper divine king. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It's already been a day, and we still haven't reached our destination. How much longer do we need? Ding Yen asked. Don't worry. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said with a smile, At our speed, we'll reach our destination in about 2 days. That's right. The other person added, In 2 days we'll reach the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God expert. One of the 4 inner sect disciples said with a smile, I've heard all of you say that the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God expert might be the work of an upper divine emperor. I hope it's as you say. That's right. A divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by upper divine emperor is not something that a middle divine emperor or lower divine emperor can compare to. There are still 2 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. The 4 of them were obviously excited. Compared to the calmness of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way and the calmness of Duan Lingtian, there was a clear contrast. Although Ding Yen did not lose his composure like the other 4, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. It was not difficult to reflect his current mood. Just as Duan Lingtian's group of 6 followed the 2 inner sect disciples and arrived outside a stone forest, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. Ding Yen, who was beside him, also stopped in his tracks. 2 of the 4 inner sect disciples also frowned as they looked at the stone forest in front of them. What's wrong? The 2 inner sect disciples who had taken the lead turned to look at Duan Lingtian's group and asked with a puzzled expression. However, deep in their eyes, there was an obvious sense of guilt. There's a formation set up in the stone forest in front of us. Among the 4 inner sect disciples, One of the two inner sect disciples who were frowning said in a deep voice. The other inner sect disciple who was frowning also had a vigilant expression as he led the two inner sect disciples and asked coldly, "You want to lure us into the formation in the stone forest? What do you want to do?" Chapter 38:64. What? A formation? The remaining two of the four did not find any clues earlier, but now that they had extended their divine senses to search the area, they quickly discovered that something was amiss in the stone forest ahead. On the mobile phones. Really a formation. If someone hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered it even if I had covered it with my divine senses. Hearing their words, one of the two who had discovered the clue said in a low voice, "If we hadn't dabbled in formations, we definitely wouldn't have discovered it." "What on earth do you two want to do?" Immediately after, their gazes fell on the other two people who were leading the way. Almost at the same time, they opened their mouths and asked similar questions. Both of their eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, the other two beside them also looked at the two who were leading the way with gloomy faces. On the other side, Duan Lingtian looked at the two who were leading the way. His eyes were as calm as ever, as if he was not at all surprised by what was happening in front of him. As for Ding Yen, he was also furious, as if he could not wait to rush forward, grab the two by their collars, hang them in the air, and ask them what they wanted to do. Seeing that they had been discovered by Duan Lingtian and the other five, the two who were leading the way frowned slightly and suddenly retreated at the same time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He hurriedly pulled Ding Yen along as he chased after the two Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples who were leading the group. Bang! Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian took Ding Yen to move, the area where he had been was instantly hit by a majestic and vast force, and the whole ground fell into a tremor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously turned around along the gray cover of the flying dust. At a glance, he saw that the other 6 disciples of the Tianlong clan had turned into a bloody mist and died. A divine emperor expert. The expression of Ding Yen, who was being led away by Duan Lingtian, changed drastically. However, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change much. He only became slightly more solemn. At the same time, he led Ding Yen and caught up with the 2 Tianlong clan disciples before they entered the formation in the stone forest ahead. When they saw Duan Lingtian blocking their path, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Duan Lingtian, let us go, let us go." "Duan Lingtian, spare my life. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." In front of Duan Lingtian, the 2 of them didn't even have the thought of running away. They kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized one after another. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. With a wave of his hand, a spatial storm surged and killed the 2 Tianlong clan disciples who were caught off guard. Then, he took Ding Yen and flew away without looking back. Of course, he didn't go in the direction of the stone forest. Knowing that there was a formation in there, he would be courting death if he still went in there. "Ding Yen, he seems to be alone. You leave alone. I'll take him in another direction." As they shuttled through a stretch of mountains near the stone forest, Duan Lingtian, who was making a ruckus, put down Ding Yen and continued to fly into the distance with great fanfare. Although Ding Yan's face was full of worry and regret, he didn't continue to follow Duan Lingtian because he knew that he would only be a burden to Duan Lingtian. "I'm too weak." No, that's a divine emperor expert. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he can't stop him. Send a message to Uncle Sikong. With this thought in mind, Ding Yen sent a message to Uncle Sikong without any hesitation. However, there was no reply. Ding Yen frowned. Could it be that Uncle Sikong is in closed-door cultivation? Or could it be that Uncle Sikong has entered the Emperor Battle Realm? Regardless of the reason, Ding Yan's expression turned unsightly. However, he did not linger and hastily returned to the Tianlong Temple. To be safe, he deliberately took a detour. If I had known this would happen, I would have exchanged soul pearls with a few more people. Now, there's no way I can ask the people in the Tianlong Temple to help me." While Ding Yan was burning with anxiety, he was also filled with regret for his actions. While Ding Yan was preparing to return to the Heavenly Dragon Sect's estate to get reinforcements, Duan Lingtian and the divine emperors behind him began to play hide-and-seek in the mountains. In the end, the divine emperor caught up to Duan Lingtian. The divine emperor's speed was slower than his. After half a day, he finally caught up to him. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a tall, middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. When he stood there and stared at Duan Lingtian, he gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being stared at by a dangerous creature. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long, grayish-black robe. There was no identification token hanging from his waist. It was as though his origin was unknown. However, Duan Lingtian knew the person in front of him was from the Tianlong clan. In fact, he was most likely from the 10,000 Devil sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the stone forest, he knew he and Ding Yan had been deceived. The divine treasure left behind by the divine emperor did not exist at all. It was all fabricated. As for the reason for fabricating this matter, it was none other than to kill Duan Lingtian. In terms of killing Duan Lingtian within the Tianlong clan, the one with the greatest motive was the 10,000 Devil sect, as well as that vice sect master Xuemingzhi. Of course, there was also a possibility that the Hidden Fog sect was involved. Although he was on good terms with the Hidden Fog sect's Xue Haichuan, the others from the Hidden Fog sect might not have good intentions towards him. Who are you? Are you from the 10,000 Devil sect? Or are you from Xuemingzhi's side? Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and calmly asked. However, the black-robed middle-aged man didn't care about him at all. He directly attacked. A 5-foot-long saber in his hand bloomed with a golden saber light as it swept out, seeming as if it could cut through the void. The dazzling saber ray swayed in the air like water ripples as it spread out in circles towards Duan Lingtian. Although this was only a fusion of the 3 metal laws, 3 profound meanings, because the divine power was the divine power of a divine sovereign. Its might was so great that even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a great pressure. Who? Duan Lingtian's divine power had already been accumulating for a long time. At this time, he activated the profound meaning of teleportation and directly disappeared from where he was, appearing in the land of lucky chances. However, just as he appeared in the distance, a blazing golden saber, light, swept out from behind him. It was like a saber strike from an indomitable god, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Wang. As the saber fell, the entire sky seemed to be dyed with a golden color. It was resplendent and gorgeous. Every single speck of golden light seemed to be able to cause the void to tremble. Who? Duan Lingtian teleported again. The gigantic saber ray seemed to have stuck close to his gradually disappearing silhouette before it landed on the ground. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. A huge saber mark appeared on the ground. Countless vegetation in the mountains and precipitous ridges were uprooted, and many trees were cut down. It was a scene of devastation and chaos. You can't escape. When Duan Lingtian teleported again, the black-robed, middle-aged man stepped on the dazzling saber light and blocked Duan Lingtian's way. He attacked Duan Lingtian again. However, every time, Duan Lingtian would be able to dodge his attack just in time. Humph! Finally, the black-robed, middle-aged man's face turned cold. His divine power surged, and the golden light became even more dazzling. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. Wang. Another saber light came. This time, it was not a simple saber light attack. The black-robed, middle-aged man merged with a saber and unleashed an even more powerful attack. It swept toward Duan Lingtian aggressively. Duan Lingtian's body swayed. He wanted to teleport again, but it was too late. The saber light caught up with Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. When it caught up with Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have turned into a fierce beast and swallowed Duan Lingtian whole. I didn't let Master down, the black-robed middle-aged man thought to himself as the attack swept toward Duan Lingtian like a stormy sea. At the same time, his body gradually appeared. However, when his divine movement appeared and the saber light dissipated, the joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It's his avatar of the law of space. The black-robed middle-aged man was Meng Shan, the eldest disciple of the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjin. At this time his face was extremely gloomy. It was as if water could drip from it, although he had already mentally prepared himself for this. Facing it head-on was still a big blow. Master. After taking a deep breath, Meng Shan transmitted the matter to his master, Kuang Tianjin. After receiving Meng Shan's message, Kuang Tianjin's eyes instantly turned cold. It seems that Duan Lingtian wants to die in the hands of Kuang Tianjin. The murderous intent on Kuang Tianjin's body surged and did not dissipate for a long time. Duan Lingtian, on the way back to the Tianlong clan, Ding Yan could clearly feel the vibration behind him. In his heart, he could only silently pray that Duan Lingtian was safe. Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ding Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian, you've gotten rid of him, haven't you? No, Duan Lingtian replied. My avatar of the law of space was destroyed by him. As for my original body, it's still in the Tianlong temple. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan's eyes lit up. In other words, you had a trick up your sleeve earlier. Your original body didn't leave with me? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Because you said that only the God King went with you to the divine abode. I thought that even if it was just my avatar of the law of space, it would be enough. In order to not expose any clues, I even hid it from you. Duan Lingtian said. After Ding Yan's joy, he said apologetically, Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. I originally thought that the divine abode left behind by the divine emperor was real, but I didn't expect it to be a trap. A trap to kill you, War Sovereign Lingtian. Chapter 38-65. You don't have to blame yourself. You had good intentions. Duan Lingtian sent a message to console Ding Yan. In his opinion, if Ding Yan did not have good intentions, he would not have approached him. After all, he could have approached anyone for such a matter. Moreover, Ding Yan had previously told him that the other party had deliberately said that he could not approach him. However, Ding Yan had still insisted on coming with him. That was why the other party had compromised. Although the other party had taken advantage of his friendship with Ding Yan, at the very least, the other party could see his position in Ding Yan's eyes. Otherwise, he would not have come to such an arrangement. Duan Lingtian only felt gratitude towards Ding Yan. He did not resent him at all. Duan Lingtian, do you remember that person's appearance? Ding Yan asked. I remember. Duan Lingtian replied. However, even if I remember and recognize him, I don't have any evidence. When the other party attacked, he used a formation plate to set up a formation around the area to restrict the recording of things like the floating image pearl. Although a formation plate could not set up a powerful offensive or defensive formation in an instant, it could still set up some isolation and restriction formations. Of course, it was not to say that there were no instant offensive and defensive formations. However, the formation plates used to set up such formations were usually made of extremely precious materials that contained extremely powerful energy. Describe that person's appearance. Ding Yan said, I'll see if I've seen him before. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian described. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Yan replied, I've never seen this person before. However, I can ask the others. Forget it. Duan Lingtian sent a message. If I see him, I'll be able to recognize him at first glance. Moreover, Who knows if that's his true appearance? However, his divine weapon and the way he attacked should be difficult to fake. At Duan Ling Tian's level of cultivation, the way he attacked had already formed his own style. Even he had his own unique characteristics. This was not something that could be changed just by changing his appearance. That's true. Ding Yan suddenly understood. Let's leave this matter at that. You don't have to tell the others. I won't continue to stay in this inner sect disciples' cultivation ground, Duan Lingtian said. Not leaving the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Ding Yan was taken aback. Are you worried that he'll attack you directly? That shouldn't be possible. To kill him directly in the Tianlong Temple, is he not afraid of death? Ding Yan found it hard to believe. I'm just being cautious. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, It's not necessarily that someone would risk their life to kill me. But this time, the other party plotted to have you bring me out of Tianlong Temple. They made it sound so serious, but it's obvious that they want to kill me. Moreover, now that the monarch battle plane is open, he has so much free time. He's clearly in a hurry. Even a cornered dog can jump over a wall, let alone those people who want to kill me. They definitely know that when I grow up, I'll be a huge threat to them. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ding Yan frowned and said, Then where are you going to stay instead of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Could it be that you're preparing to enter the Emperor battle plane to cultivate? The Emperor battle plane isn't a suitable place for cultivation. Ding Yan voiced his concerns. Naturally, I won't enter the Emperor battle plane, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I don't plan to enter the Emperor battle plane before I break through to the divine Emperor realm. I'm planning to go to Brother Haichuan's residence and cultivate there. If I go to his residence, even the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demons sect might not be able to kill me, let alone the inner sect disciple Kuang Tianzheng, who has a death feud with me. Of course, those 2 won't dare to make a move in the Tianlong Temple unless they have a death wish. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Elder Xue Haichuan's residence is a good place to go. Ding Yan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Duan Lingtian, when I return, I'll speak to Uncle Sikong. If Elder Xue Haichuan wants to enter the Emperor battle plane, you should go to Uncle Sikong's residence. With his protection, even Vice Sect Master Xue Mingji won't dare to cause trouble, let alone the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demons sect. Based on Ding Yan's words, it was clear he was confident in Uncle Sikong. All right, Duan Lingtian did not reject Ding Yan's good intentions. Moreover, if Xue Haichuan really wanted to enter the Emperor battle plane, he would need a place to go. However, based on the current situation, Xue Haichuan would not easily enter the Emperor battle plane. After all, he still had to protect his elder brother, Xue Haishan. Currently, there was a white dragon elder from the Thousand Demons sect keeping an eye on Xue Haishan. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know if the white dragon elder had already left the Emperor battle plane. This was because he had seen the white dragon elder in the Emperor battle plane before entering the God King's battlefield a year ago. At that time, he did not know the white dragon elder. It was Dongfang Yanyan's senior brother who told him the white dragon elder's identity. When Ding Yan returned to the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian's main body left the inner sect disciples' residence and teleported away. In just a few leaps, he arrived at Xue Haichuan's residence. Brother Haichuan, I'll have to trouble you for a while. When he saw Xue Haichuan, Duan Lingtian said apologetically, Little Tian, do you still think of me as an outsider? You can stay here for as long as you want, said Xue Haichuan with a smile. At the same time, he personally arranged an independent courtyard for Duan Lingtian in his residence. It was very luxurious, and the environment was not inferior to where Duan Lingtian had stayed before. Brother Haishan hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Duan Lingtian asked. Not yet. Xue Haichuan shook his head and asked, Little Tian, why did you suddenly tell me that you want to come to my place? Did something happen? As he spoke, Xue Haichuan's tone became slightly solemn. In Xue Haichuan's opinion, Duan Lingtian would not suddenly come to his place without any reason. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and told Xue Haichuan about what had happened to him in a few words. After hearing Duan Lingtian's story, Xue Haichuan said with a gloomy expression, "Based on your description, I should be able to guess who attacked you." He didn't conceal his true appearance. Xue Haichuan said, "Who?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was also curious about the person who had destroyed his clone using the law of space. "Meng Shan," Xue Haichuan said in a deep voice, "before I broke through to the medium divine emperor realm, I fought with him. His attack was exactly as you described." Meng Shan? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. "Is he from the Thousand Demon sect?" Xue Haichuan nodded. "Not only is he from the Thousand Demon sect, but he's also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. He's a lower divine emperor and was once defeated by me. He's now an outer sect elder of the Thousand Demon sect." Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Xue Haichuan's words. "I guessed that it was most likely related to Kuang Tianjing and the Thousand Demon sect. Now it seems like it's true. Meng Shan, I'll remember this person." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. "And that Kuang Tianjing, when I break through to the divine emperor realm, it'll be his death." Today was the first time Duan Lingtian had fought with a divine emperor. Although he was only a lower divine emperor, he could deeply feel the terror of a divine emperor's divine power. It was not a gap that a higher divine king could overcome by relying on profound laws. Because of this, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing when he broke through to the lower divine emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation. At that time, he might not be a match for elder Xue Haichuan of the White Dragon sect. However, it would not be difficult for him to defeat an inner sect elder. Even if he exposed his trump card, it would not be difficult for him to kill Kuang Tianjing, who is an inner sect elder. Little Tian, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing is quite powerful. Hearing Duan Lingtian's muttering, Xue Haichuan reminded him, "The law that he has comprehended may not be weaker than yours. You have just broken through to the divine emperor realm. Even if you consolidate your cultivation, it will be difficult for you to kill him. I suggest that you wait until you break through to the middle divine emperor realm before you find a chance to kill him." Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary and it was amazing. However, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing had lived for a long time and had comprehended many profundities from the law. Therefore, Xue Haichuan did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Kuang Tianjing as a primitive divine lord. If it was a draw, Xue Haichuan still had some confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Brother Haichuan, don't worry. If I'm not confident, I won't attack him easily. It's not a good thing to alert the enemy." Xue Haichuan nodded in relief. At the same time, he said with a solemn expression, "You made the right decision to come to my place this time." When the Emperor Battle Realm opened, Kuang Tianjing still dared to send people to kill you. This means that he's eager to kill you. Moreover, the Thousand Demon sect is eager to get rid of you as well. It's very likely that Kuang Tianjing will be pressured into killing you in the sect's encampment. If Kuang Tianjing can kill you at the cost of his own life, not only will the Thousand Demon sect not suffer a loss, but it will be a great gain. Xue Haichuan said. Of course, there was one more thing that Xue Haichuan did not mention. Even vice sect leader Xue Mingji would support Kuang Tianjing to kill Duan Lingtian at the cost of his life. After all, Duan Lingtian was a huge threat to him. After all, his only daughter was married to Kuang Tianjing's second disciple. Xue Haichuan did not mention Xue Mingji because he did not want to put too much pressure on Duan Lingtian. After all, Shui Mingji was not someone an inner disciple like Kuang Tianjin could compare to. He was also not someone the White Dragon Elder could compare to as well. In fact, he was not someone the Black Dragon Elder could compare to either. Shui Mingji's strength, even among the high-level divine emperors, was outstanding. Duan Lingtian actually left? After his first disciple, Mengshan, had failed, Kuang Tianjin, an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, struggled inwardly for a moment before he made his way to the inner sect disciples' residence. However, at this moment, he discovered that Duan Lingtian had already left. Didn't he leave with his main body? Kuang Tianjing's expression was unsightly. He had finally made up his mind, but Duan Lingtian had already left. Chapter 38-66. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had left, and the temple was empty. Even the array formation protecting the inner sect disciples' cultivation area had been removed, leaving Kuang Tianjing with nothing to show for it. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing only felt extremely depressed and sullen. He had set up a trap and used Ding Yan to lure Duan Lingtian away from the Tianlong clan. This was his way of saving himself. As long as he could kill Duan Lingtian outside, he would no longer need to risk his life to kill Duan Lingtian. He had even planned to leave the Tianlong temple as soon as his first disciple could confirm that the one who left was Duan Lingtian's primordial body and not his doppelganger. As soon as his first disciple sent a message, he would immediately leave the Tianlong temple to help and kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was very strong, almost as strong as a lower divine emperor. If it was his primordial body, even his first disciple, Mengshan, might not be able to kill him in a short time. It's not his primordial body. When Mengshan sent back the message, Kuang Tianjing knew that the thing he was most unwilling to see had happened. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had not left with Ding Yan, but only his doppelganger. Duan Lingtian's cautiousness made him feel helpless, but at the same time he also knew that it would be harder to lure Duan Lingtian out than to reach the heavens. Therefore, after a struggle in his heart, he decided to act personally. He would kill Duan Lingtian's primordial body in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area to prevent future trouble. By doing so, he could protect his family. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to escape death, but his family would also be dragged down by him. Where did he go? Kuang Tianjing's expression was ugly. At the same time, he sent a message to Shui Mingji. As the vice sect leader, Shui Mingji had a deep foundation in the Tianlong clan and had many eyes and ears. After receiving Kuang Tianjing's message, Shui Mingji began to ask around. 15 minutes later, he sent a message to Kuang Tianjing. After Duan Lingtian left the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, he did not go to the Emperor Battle Dimension. He went to the residence of the White Dragon Elder Shui Haichuan. I think your plan has made him feel threatened. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious. Humph. In my opinion, you should have just killed him directly. Why did you have to lure him out with some divine dwelling and divine treasure? You've messed it up, right? As he spoke Shui Mingji's, his tone was reprimand full of reproach. When Kuang Tianjing heard this, he was naturally very unconvinced. His expression was extremely ugly because he had told Shui Mingji about this plan beforehand. At that time, he Lingtian and Shui Tian Lingtian he had. However, now that the plan had failed, he was pushing all the blame onto him. Of course, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could not show it in front of Shui Mingji. He only replied, I will kill him myself. After pausing for a moment, he said, I hope you can give me a chance to kill him. For example, you can lure Shui Haichuan away from the mountain. No one in the 1,000 Demon sect can do that. You're the only one who can do it. In the Tianlong clan, the 2 White Dragon Elders were the best in the 1,000 Demon sect. Their status was similar to Shui Haichuan's, but they could not order Shui Haichuan around. Even the Black Dragon Elders, who were on good terms with the 2 white dragon elders of the 1,000 demon sect, could order Shui Haichuan around. However, Shui Haichuan knew that the black dragon elders had a close relationship with the 1,000 demon sect. He would know what to do as soon as Shui Haichuan gave him an order. At that time, he could protect Duan Lingtian by his side. Got it. Shui Mingji replied indifferently, then ignored Kuang Tianzheng. At this time, Kuang Tianzheng was no longer anxious, because he knew that Shui Mingji would try to find a chance for him. After all, Shui Mingji also wanted to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Let's go back and wait for news. Now, I hope that Duan Lingtian can break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. At that time, it will be difficult for me to kill him. Kuang Tianzheng thought to himself, when that time comes, it will be Vice Sect leader Shui's headache. In Kuang Tianzheng's opinion, as long as he did not leave the Tianlong clan easily, even if Duan Lingtian was not inferior to him, or even stronger than him, he would be safe for the time being, unless he was stronger than Vice Sect leader Shui. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that Vice Sect leader Shui would send him to Duan Lingtian and let him kill him to appease Duan Lingtian's anger and hatred. However, he had already thought it through. When that time came, he would tell Duan Lingtian that Shui Mingji had once threatened him and sent people to kill Linghu Renjie, the former head of the Linghu family. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian's character and the friendship between Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie, he did not think that the Duan Lingtian would let things go peacefully. When that time came, Shui Mingji and Duan Lingtian would be at odds with each other, and it would be impossible for him to use his death to appease the hatred between them. Perhaps I should have thought this way from the beginning. Since I'm going to die anyway, why don't I take the risk? At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng was completely relaxed. Previously, he had thought that he was going to die, but now that he had found a glimmer of hope, he was no longer afraid of going from hell to heaven. Of course, Shui Mingji did not know all of this. If he knew, perhaps he would have killed Kuang Tianzheng directly to appease the hatred between him and Duan Lingtian. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was getting closer and closer to the God Emperor realm. He had even touched the threshold of the God Emperor realm. The divine power in his body had also shown signs of transformation. However, this slight difference did not change for a long time. This is no longer a problem of bottlenecks. Back then, when I took the Emperor Connection Divine Pill, it meant that there was no bottleneck when I broke through to the God Emperor realm. Now, the reason why it's not going well is because I've either used up all the medicinal power of the Divine Pill or my body has developed a resistance to it, so it's no longer effective. In an independent courtyard in Shui Haichuan's mansion, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void and muttered to himself. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, a surge of space energy stirred in the void and condensed into another, Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the avatar of the law of space that Duan Lingtian had condensed again. With the experience of the first avatar, it took less than half the time to condense the avatar of the law of space this time. Moreover, it was condensed when Duan Lingtian was free. It's been so peaceful these past 2 years. It's fine that Kuang Tianzheng hasn't made a move, but that Vice Sect Master Shui hasn't made a move either? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Aren't they worried that I'll break through to the God Emperor realm? They should know that once I break through to the God Emperor realm, I'll be able to catch up to an inner sect elder in strength. At that time, only the 2 white dragon elders and Vice Sect Master Shui of the 10,000 demon sect have the ability to kill me. However, it's good that they haven't made a move. At least they've given me enough space to grow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Just as Duan Lingtian was lost in thought, a message came from Shui Haichuan. I just received an order from a black dragon elder. He wants me and several other white dragon elders to join forces and enter the god emperor battlefield. Recently, another white dragon elder of our Tianlong clan has fallen. Moreover, it's a white dragon elder that has a good relationship with our hidden fog sect. That black dragon elder is also a black dragon elder that has a good relationship with our hidden fog sect. He's following another vice sect master, and that vice sect master has always been hostile to Xue Mingji. So, it's impossible that it was Xue Mingji who made him give such an order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Xue Haichuan's words cleared up Duan Lingtian's doubts before Duan Lingtian spoke. Another white dragon elder has fallen? Duan Lingtian's complexion turned solemn. This was the second white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan that had fallen. But on the Greater One Sect side, they hadn't lost an elder that was equal in strength to the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder. Only 2 ordinary middle-level god emperors had fallen. In comparison, on the god-sovereign battlefield of the Emperor War Plain, the Tianlong clan situation was even more perilous than the Greater One Sects. This time, our Hidden Fog sect also supports letting me in, so we shouldn't be able to refuse. Xue Haichuan said. Then what about Brother Haishan? Duan Lingtian thought of Xue Haishan. My big brother broke through to the God King realm 2 months ago and is currently consolidating his cultivation. It's because of this that they let me in. Otherwise, they would know that I wouldn't be able to enter. Xue Haichuan said. Brother Haishan broke through to the God King realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. At the same time he asked, Brother Haichuan, are you planning to let Brother Haishan enter the Emperor War Plain with you? Yes. Xue Haichuan nodded. After entering the Emperor War Plain, even if my big brother doesn't enter the God King battlefield, he won't have to worry about the 10,000 demon sects Lu Yin attacking him. In the Emperor War Plain's Sky Dragon City, the Golden Dragon Elder is overseeing it. Once Lu Yin attacks, he might die before he can kill my big brother. Xue Haichuan's words were filled with confidence in the Golden Dragon Elder overseeing the Emperor War Plain's Sky Dragon City. Will the Golden Dragon Elder be biased towards Lu Yin? Duan Lingtian asked. He won't. Xue Haichuan said. In our Tianlong clan, the Golden Dragon Elders put the clan's interests first. Moreover, they don't have any close relationship with Xue Mingji or the 10,000 demon sect. To them, I, Xue Haichuan, am much more valuable than Lu Yin. If it weren't for me, they might turn a blind eye. But considering me, they won't let Lu Yin succeed. Xue Haichuan's tone was filled with confidence. So, Brother Haichuan, the one you're worried about is me? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, Xue Haichuan replied. That's why I wanted to tell you that you'll enter the Emperor War Plain with my big brother and stay in Sky Dragon City for a while. Chapter 38-67. Duan Lingtian was naturally grateful that Xue Haichuan was still concerned about his safety at a time like this. However, he still declined Xue Haichuan's offer. Brother Haichuan, I won't be going to the Emperor Battle Rel with you. Xue Haichuan sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Little Tian, I know the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Emperor Battle Realm is thin, and it's almost impossible for you to improve your cultivation base. However, you're not in a good position in the Tianlong clan. If I enter the Emperor Battle Realm, I don't know about the others, but the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzhen, might kill you regardless of the consequences. There's no rush in cultivating. It's not worth risking your life for a momentary improvement. Think about it. How unjust would it be if something were to happen to you? Perhaps you don't feel anything now, but do you really want to wait until Kuang Tianjing appears in front of you and tries to kill you before you regret your decision? There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once you've decided on something, it's like water in a basin that's overturned. It's impossible to take it back. Xue Haichuan was trying his best to persuade Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian knew Xue Haichuan had misunderstood. I don't intend to take the risk. The reason I said I won't be going to the Emperor Battle Realm with you is because I've already thought of a backup plan. I'm sure brother Haichuan knows that I have a friend called Ding Yan. He's revered Elder Sikong's nephew. Before he came here, he told me that if it's inconvenient for you to be here, he can ask revered Elder Sikong to let me cultivate at his place. He told me some time ago that revered Elder Sikong agreed to his request. Therefore, I can go to revered Elder Sikong's place anytime. However, I've been staying at your place for so long that I'm too lazy to move. If you're going to the Emperor Battle Realm, I'll go to his place. Duan Lingtian said. In fact, that was the case. 2 years ago, after Ding Yan returned to the Tianlong Temple, he went to look for his uncle Sikong, the revered Elder Sikong of the Tianlong clan. However, he was in seclusion at that time. A few months ago, Duan Lingtian received a message from Ding Yan saying that he could go to revered Elder Sikong's place at any time. However, since Duan Lingtian was safe in Xue Haichuan's place, he did not think about going there. After all, if he did, it would be another favor to him. I see. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Xue Haichuan finally understood. If it's revered Elder Sikong, then I'm relieved. Revered Elder Sikong's strength is a mystery in the sect. However, he was personally invited into the sect by the sect leader. Furthermore, the sect leader gave him the identity token of the Black Dragon Elder as soon as he arrived. This is enough to show that his strength is definitely not inferior to the Black Dragon Elder. I'm sure his place is safer than mine. When Xue Haichuan reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Most importantly, revered Elder Sikong is absolutely neutral in the sect. In the sect, if given the choice, no one would be willing to offend revered Elder Sikong, even if it was an ordinary Black Dragon Elder. Xue Haichuan was relieved when he learned that Duan Lingtian was protected by revered Elder Sikong. Half a month later, Xue Haichuan was preparing to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. Before he entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he deliberately looked for Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'll send you there. Ding Yan had arrived at Duan Lingtian's place to bring Duan Lingtian to the residence of his uncle Sikong, who is also the Tianlong clan's revered Elder Sikong. However, before Duan Lingtian could leave after bidding farewell to Xue Haichuan took the initiative to look for him. Apart from that, there was another person following Xue Haichuan. It was none other than Xue Haichuan. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had met Xue Haichuan when he learned Xue Haichuan had come out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, he was not surprised by Xue Haichuan's appearance. Brother Haichuan, I asked Ding Yan earlier, and Ding Yan asked revered Elder Sikong. Revered Elder Sikong said you can come with me. Duan Lingtian said to Xue Haichuan, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor Battle Realm is extremely thin. It's difficult to cultivate there. Xue Haichuan shook his head and smiled when he heard this. Little Tian, I appreciate your kindness. In fact, I don't plan to cultivate in the Emperor Battle Realm. I just want to join in the fun and wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. I've been cultivating ever since I arrived at the Tianlong clan. It's a good opportunity for me to relax. When Xue Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something, he beat him to it and said, Little Tian, I'm not being courteous. I really don't plan to continue cultivating for the time being. If I have a need in the future, I won't be courteous with you. Duan Lingtian did not say anything else when he heard Xue Haichuan's words. Soon after, under Xue Haichuan's escort, Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan arrived at another mountain range in the Tianlong Temple before they entered another mountain range. There were very few people here. Even the number of patrolling disciples of the Tianlong clan was much lesser. They could only see a few people in the distance. Ding Yen, seemed to have noticed the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He explained, "Uncle Sikong likes peace and quiet. That's why there aren't many patrolling disciples in this area. Moreover, there's no one living in Uncle Sikong's residence. It's usually empty." Ding Yen had stayed here for a period of time, so he knew the situation here better than Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan nodded. "It's true that revered Elder Sikong has been living in seclusion ever since he came to the Heavenly Dragon sect. I've only met him once when he first arrived." Xue Haichuan still felt a little dazed when he recalled the scene from that year. He did not know if he had seen wrongly. At that time, he had seen the clan leader of the Tianlong clan look at Elder Sikong with reverence in his eyes. After all, even among the Golden Dragon elders in the sect, only the one who was closest to the sect leader could make the sect leader act this way. Perhaps Elder Sikong is also an elder to the clan leader? Xue Haichuan still thought so, whether it was then or now. Although Elder Sikong looked about the same age as the clan leader, at their level of cultivation, their appearance could no longer match their real age. It's right ahead. Under Ding Yan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two also saw layers of faint fog in front of them. It shrouded a quiet valley and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! As if a breeze had blown past, the fog outside the valley stirred slightly. Then, an old and aged figure appeared in the fog. Then he stepped out of the fog. Elder Wen. Ding Yen bowed respectfully when he saw the old man walk out. "Young Master Ding Yen, I've told you long ago that I'm only the master's servant. You don't have to be so polite." The old man sighed and looked at Ding Yen with a gentle gaze. Ding Yen seemed to be used to the old man's words and did not mind. "Elder Wen, let me introduce you to my friend." Ding Yen looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Elder Wen, this is Duan Lingtian, a friend I met at Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City. As for the other two, the one on the left is Elder Xue Haichuan, and the other is Elder Xue Haichuan's elder brother, Big Brother Xue Haishan." Ding Yen introduced them. "Young Master Duan, Elder Xue Haichuan." The old man smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian and Xue Haichuan. Then he nodded at Xue Haishan as a form of greeting. Although he did not greet Xue Haishan, it was obvious he valued Xue Haishan. "Elder Wen," Duan Lingtian and the other two responded. "The three of you, my family is waiting for you. Please follow me." The old man smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan and Xue Haishan. After that, he turned around and led the way. Everywhere he passed, the fog would disperse and open up a path. Moreover, the dispersed fog did not close up for a long time. It was only when Duan Lingtian and the others entered the valley that the fog finally closed up. At this moment, Ding Yan's voice transmission sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Duan Lingtian, this elder Wen has always been by Uncle Sikong's side. Usually, when Sikong Yu goes out, he will follow Sikong Yu. Usually, he has never left Uncle Sikong's side. He has been by Uncle Sikong's side for many years. Although Sikong Yu has a proud personality, he is extremely respectful to him and respectfully calls him Grandfather Wen. Because Uncle Sikong thinks highly of me, Elder Wen has been courteous and respectful to me since the beginning. He has not looked down on me because of my low cultivation." Ding Yan's evaluation of the old man leading the way was extremely high. Duan Lingtian nodded and raised his brows slightly as he looked at the old man's back. He could not see through this old man. He gave him an extremely mysterious feeling, not to mention Xue Haichuan. He had never felt this feeling from the few black dragon elders that he had come into contact with before. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that this did not mean anything. It did not mean that the stronger one was, the more one would give off such a feeling. That was only relatively speaking. There were many people who appeared to be extraordinary and mysterious because of the cultivation method that they cultivated. However, in reality, their strength might not be able to keep up with this mystery. Master, the guests have arrived. In the valley filled with green grass and fragrant flowers, 6 simple courtyards were located in various places. They surrounded the courtyard in the middle, like stars surrounding the moon. Now the old man was leading Duan Lingtian and the rest to the front of the central courtyard. He bowed and greeted them inside. Come in. As the courtyard door was suddenly opened, Duan Lingtian and the rest were led into the courtyard by the old man. In an instant, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash before his eyes. The originally spacious courtyard suddenly changed and became even more refreshing and tranquil. Moreover, the flowers and trees inside were even more luxuriant than they were outside. So everything that I saw outside was just an illusion. Only what I saw when I stepped through the courtyard door was real. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Chapter 3869. The elegant and tranquil courtyard was like a painting. In the painting, a well-proportioned, middle-aged man dressed in a long greenish-brown robe was sitting cross-legged in the air. He was handsome and had a head of long, light gray hair. He seemed different from ordinary people. The most eye-catching thing about him was his aquiline nose. It was very recognizable. Master, Uncle Sikong. The old man and Ding Yen bowed at the middle-aged man at almost the same time. After the two of them, Xue Haichuan and Xue Haishin cupped their hands and bowed at the middle-aged man as well. Greetings, revered Elder Sikong. Greetings, Senior Sikong. Duan Lingtian was the last one to return to his senses. He bowed as well. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. He had seen Sikong Yu before. However, Sikong Yu seemed to be different from revered Elder Sikong. At the very least, they did not look alike at first glance. However, after Duan Lingtian took a closer look, he finally saw the similarities between the two of them. First, it was their lips. Then it was their ears. Both of them were quite similar. However, the features of these two parts were not obvious. It was impossible to tell at first glance. The middle-aged man, revered Elder Sikong Yi of the Tianlong clan, slowly opened his eyes after Duan Lingtian finished speaking. His eyes were different from ordinary people. They were grayish-brown. In Duan Lingtian's previous life's Hua Nation on Earth, it was more like he was wearing a layer of contact lenses. Elder Xue Haichuan, I've long heard of your name. Sikong Ye's gaze landed on Xue Haichuan as the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. That brat Long Qingchong has often mentioned you in front of me. He feels that compared to the other 2 white dragon elders who are the youngest among the white dragon elders, you have a higher chance of entering the God Emperor realm. Sikong Yi was not stingy with his compliments to Xue Haichuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Xue Haichuan was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, Revered Elder Sikong is too kind. Haichuan doesn't deserve such praise. Haichuan knows myself well. It's not that easy to become a God Emperor. Compared to me, you are still a young man. Young people need to be energetic. Don't be like us old people. Sikong Yi shook his head as he stood up and descended from the sky. After landing, he looked straight at Xue Haichuan. The opening of the Emperor battle plane this time will provide many whetstones for the God Kings. It will be the same for you. I've heard about you. However, I truly feel that there is no need for you to restrict your own path for the sake of your elder brother. At least, I don't think your elder brother would want that. When he spoke up to hear, Sikong Yi glanced at Xue Haishin. If Xue Haichuan heads to the Emperor battle plane in the future, you can come to my place. Of the 6 houses around me, 3 are empty. I'll leave one for Duan Lingtian and one for you. Sikong Yi said. Thank you, consecrated Sikong. Xue Haishin repeatedly thanked him. Ding Yen, thank you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also thanked Ding Yen. However, Ding Yen was at a loss. What are you thanking me for? Didn't you ask consecrated Sikong to take big brother Haishin in? Asked Duan Lingtian. No. Ding Yen shook his head. Although I mentioned Big Brother Shua Haishin, Uncle Sikong didn't agree to it like he did you. I thought he didn't want to take Big Brother Shua Haishin in. Moreover, based on the current situation, it doesn't seem like he's taking Big Brother Haishin in because of me. It seems more like it's because of Elder Shue Haichuan. When Ding Yen said this, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene from before and faintly felt that this was the case. Thank you, consecrated Sikong. At this moment, Shue Haichuan also thanked Sikong Yi respectfully. Go. Sikong Yi looked at Shue Haichuan and waved his hand. I hope you can reach a higher level in the Emperor battle plane this time. Your cultivation needs to be accumulated, but the profundities of laws and other methods can be comprehended in battle. As for Shue Haishin, I suggest that you stay here and cultivate properly for a period of time. Once you've consolidated your cultivation, you can enter the God King battlefield in the Emperor battle plane to gain experience. As soon as Sikong Yi said this, Shue Haishin hurriedly replied, Yes, consecrated Sikong. Haichuan, you can go. I'll stay with consecrated Sikong. You don't have to worry about me. Shue Haishin said to Shue Haichuan. Shue Haichuan nodded. Then he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen before he turned around and left to enter the Emperor battle realm. After Shue Haichuan left, Sikong, you looked at the old man beside him. Old Win, make arrangements for Shue Haishin. Yes, master. The old man replied respectfully and then left with Shue Haishin. Before Shue Haishin left, he didn't forget to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen. For a time, besides Sikong Yi himself, only Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen remained in the courtyard. Duan Lingtian, this is my uncle Sikong, the consecrated elder of the Tianlong clan, Sikong Yi. Ding Yen introduced with a smile. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Sikong Yi withdrew his doting gaze from Ding Yen and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He smiled lightly and said, Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for taking care of this nephew of mine in Skywind City's hidden Mist Academy. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're too courteous. Ding Yen and I are friends, and it's normal for friends to help each other. Huh, what a good friend. Sikong Yi smiled while a wisp of recollection flashed in his eyes. It's good to be young. All of you remind me of when I first met Ding Yan's father. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that his old friend is no longer here, leaving his son behind. A wisp of sadness flashed in Sikong Ye's eyes as he sighed faintly. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression, Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're able to treat your old friend's son as your own after he passed away. If his old friend knows about this in the netherworld, he won't regret having a friend like you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Sikong Yi to laugh involuntarily. Little fellow, you really know how to talk. Compared to that blockhead Ding Yen, you're much more interesting. It's no wonder my daughter seems to be interested in you. She even asked me to find that brat Long Ching Chong and ask him to ask you to be that girl's alchemy teacher. Sikong Yi smiled. Ding Yen was stunned by Sikong Ye's words, and a wisp of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was also stunned, and then he said with a bitter smile, In terms of alchemy, I'm actually a dabbler as well. Although I can refine Peak King grade divine pills, it can only be said that I'm sensitive to the vitality in the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In terms of true alchemy standards, not to mention the old sect master, even those divine pill masters in the sect can't be compared to me. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he finished speaking. Looks like the falling flower has feelings, but the heartless brook has no feelings. Sikong Yi looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Since that's the case, I hope that when my daughter comes into contact with you in the future, Duan Lingtian, you can clearly explain it to her so that she won't have any illusions. That girl's heart is higher than the heavens, and she's never taken a fancy to a man of the same age. It can be said that you're the first man she's taken a fancy to in her thousands of years of life. I heard from Ding Yen that you have many wives and concubines, and you're not a fickle person. You have more experience in this aspect, and I believe you know how to refuse her." When Si Kong Yi said this, Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yen immediately, and he was speechless. "When did I tell this guy that I have many wives and concubines? As for me, I only have 2 wives. I only have 3 confidants who have confirmed relationships with me. How can this be called having many wives and concubines?" At the same time, Si Kong Yi continued, "In return, I, Si Kong Yi, owe you a favor. You seeking refuge with me is not included in this favor. I'm taking you in because of Ding Yen. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and I hope you understand." When Si Kong Yi said this, his expression turned solemn. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, "Revered Elder Si Kong, you don't have to be like this. To me, it's just a matter of lifting a finger." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Revered Elder Si Kong, there's no need to owe me a favor. I, Si Kong Yi, am 1, and 2 is 2. Si Kong Yi spoke solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to say anything before directly looking at Ding Yen and asking Ding Yen to arrange a residence for Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like a gust of wind and vanished without a trace. "Duan Lingtian, let's go." When he saw Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, Ding Yen repeatedly called out to Duan Lingtian. Once Uncle Si Kong has decided on something, he never changes his mind. Accept this favor of his. Moreover, if you don't want this favor, then don't look for Uncle Si Kong in the future. Of course, if there's really something, I still hope you can look for Uncle Si Kong. There are many things that Uncle Si Kong is capable of doing. At this point, Ding Yen looked meaningfully at Duan Lingtian and transmitted his voice. "Even if you ask Uncle Si Kong to kill Vice Sect leader Xuemingji, he will still do it for you. Moreover, from the moment you speak, Xuemingji won't live to see the next day. Even if Xuemingji is holed up in the clan's encampment." Ding Yan's words were something that Duan Lingtian hadn't expected. At the same time, he'd never imagined that Si Kong Yi, a revered elder of the Tianlong clan who usually presented himself as a Black Dragon elder, would actually be so capable. Xuemingji was the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, and his status was even higher than that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elders. His status was second only to the clan leader and the Golden Dragon elders. And now, Ding Yan's words made Duan Lingtian's imagination run wild. How close is revered Elder Si Kong to the clan leader to be able to decide the life and death of a vice sect leader? Or perhaps he's not ordinary to begin with. Just like that, Duan Lingtian stayed with Tianlong clan's revered Elder Si Kong Yi and cultivated there. As for the herbs that the Tianlong clan's sect leader had helped Duan Lingtian gather, Duan Lingtian didn't personally take them. Instead, he had Ding Yen do it on his behalf, so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know any of this. He didn't even know that Xue Haichuan had received an order to head to the Emperor Battle Plain. Although the person who'd given the order wasn't Xuemingji or the myriad demon sex people, Xuemingji's figure was still present. Chapter 3870. Vice Sect Leader Xue, it's time for you to give me what you promised me. A black-robed figure appeared in the residence of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, Xuemingji, and spoke to Xuemingji. Xuemingji's expression was a bit unsightly. Did you do something? Did you remind Xue Haichuan to escort Duan Lingtian to Honorary Elder Si Kong? Even to Xuemingji, the deputy sect leader, Si Kong was a mystery. He only knew that Honorary Elder Si Kong had been personally invited back by the sect leader, and that the sect leader seemed to have a good relationship with him. Even if he only appeared as an elder of the Black Dragon clan, his strength should only be comparable to an elder of the Black Dragon clan. But even so, if possible, he didn't want to rashly provoke him. After all, he was backed by the sect leader, Vice Sect Leader Shui. Do you think there's any point in me doing this? The black-robed figure coldly replied, I've done everything you asked me to do. Now, Vice Sect Leader Shui, you're hesitating again and again. Are you going to go back on your word? As he spoke, the black-robed figure's expression became colder and colder. Humph. Shui Mingji coldly snorted and flicked a storage ring. The black-robed figure casually caught it. After verifying its ownership, he let out a satisfied laugh. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader Shui. From today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The black-robed figure's figure flickered, and he left like the wind. Not long after the black-robed figure left, Shui Mingji sent out a message. Duan Lingtian is currently with Honorary Elder Sikong. I'll have people monitor that place. If Duan Lingtian doesn't have a God King by his side, I'll notify you to go kill him. This message was for the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. I'll be waiting for Vice Sect Leader Shui's good news. Kuang Tianzheng's tone was indifferent as he responded with a lack of interest. After replying, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you really think that Duan Lingtian is a fool? Judging from the current situation, he obviously intends to wait until he breaks through to the Divine Emperor realm before leaving. With his talent and the fact that he can easily concoct top-level, king-level divine pills, he has also taken Emperor connecting divine pills. I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and consolidate his cultivation. In Kuang Tianjing's opinion, once Duan Lingtian broke through to the God King realm, it would be meaningless for him to take action. At that time, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill Duan Lingtian in one blow. And if he couldn't kill in one strike, once he was targeted by the Black Dragon Elder who was patrolling the surroundings, he wouldn't be able to escape death. After Duan Lingtian had stayed with consecrated Sikong Yi for 2 months, a beautiful figure came looking for him. It was Sikong Ye's daughter, Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was Sikong Ye's only daughter. Duan Lingtian could feel how much Sikong Yi doted on her when he heard Sikong Ye's promise to him in the past. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come here. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Sikong Yu was no longer as domineering as before. Her beautiful eyes flickered with joy. Miss Sikong. Duan Lingtian greeted Sikong Yu with a smile. I'm here because of Ding Yan's help to give me a safe place to stay. It's also because consecrated Sikong is willing to take me in. Duan Lingtian said. Ding Yan. Sikong Yu slightly raised her eyebrows, then shook her head and said, Duan Lingtian, even if you don't look for Ding Yan, as long as you ask, I can ask my father to let you come here. My father really admires geniuses like you. For example, Elder Shui Haichuan is one of the people he admires. In fact, before you appeared, Elder Shui Haichuan was the person he admired the most in the Tianlong clan. However, your appearance has overshadowed Elder Shui Haichuan. Sikong Yu said, For the time being, I don't dare to compare myself with Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He then went straight to the point and asked, Miss Sikong, is there anything you need from me? Seeing that consecrated Sikong has taken me in, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely not refuse. Duan Lingtian said. Really? Sikong Yu's eyes flashed with joy, except for the divine pill. Before Sikong Yu could continue speaking, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Of course, I'm not trying to hide it. But I want to tell Miss Sikong that my level in the Divine Pill Tao is actually very ordinary. The reason why I can refine a king-grade Divine Pill is because I'm naturally sensitive to the life force in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There's no other reason. In the Tianlong clan, there are plenty of Divine Pill Masters with higher attainments in the Divine Pill Tao than me. If Miss Sikong really wants to find a good teacher, the old clan leader is a very good choice. I heard that consecrated Sikong has a good relationship with the clan leader. With the clan leader's help, I'm sure the old clan leader won't be stingy with his guidance. Duan Lingtian's words sealed Sikong Yu's mouth the moment he spoke. Sikong Yu frowned slightly. How did you know that I want to ask you about the divine pill Dao? My father told you. Duan Lingtian remained silent. It seems like father really did tell you. Sikong Yu shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian, I've never dabbled in the divine pill Dao. I just want to find a master who can guide me. I'm not looking for an outstanding teacher. Therefore, I feel that you're more than qualified to be my teacher. Sikong Yu smiled. As Sikong Yu spoke, her eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness, as if everything was under her control. I'm afraid that's still not possible. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Miss Sikong, I've been busy with my cultivation recently. I'm at the critical juncture of breaking through to the divine emperor realm. Therefore, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you. You should find another teacher. Duan Lingtian tactfully rejected Sikong Yu's request. As for Sikong Yu, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, her originally excited expression finally turned a little ugly. Duan Lingtian, if you want to reject me, just say it. Why do you need such an excuse? You're at the critical juncture of breaking through to the divine emperor realm? How long has it been since you broke through to the upper god king realm? Even I broke through to the upper god king realm a long time before you, but I'm still far from that step. You said that you've already reached that step. Do you think that I, Sikong Yu, am that easy to bully? After saying those words, Sikong Yu turned around and left furiously. Miss Sikong. Just as Sikong Yu was about to leave, Duan Lingtian called out to her. Sikong Yu's figure stopped moving. She, who had her back facing Duan Lingtian, thought that Duan Lingtian had gone back on his word, and a wisp of delight appeared on her beautiful face that was originally filled with rage. In an instant, two conflicting emotions flipped. Of course, Duan Lingtian couldn't see it. Is there anything else? Sikong Yu asked. Her tone was much gentler, no longer as overbearing as before. Actually, there's nothing else. Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders and said, I just want to tell Miss Sikong that the number of women my heart can accommodate is limited. Now it's already full. I will no longer like or love another woman. If it was at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely be more tactful. But after Sikong Ye's reminder earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to be tactful. He directly spoke and didn't take Sikong Yu's feelings into consideration in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, cutting the Gordian knot would allow him to better complete Sikong Ye's task. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Sikong Yu's body shook. After a short moment, Sikong Yu turned around. At this moment, her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Duan Lingtian, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do you really think that I, Sikong Yu, am pestering you because I like you? You think too highly of yourself. Even if I, Sikong Yu, am lonely until I die, I won't take a fancy to you. Duan Lingtian. As soon as she finished speaking, Sikong Yu soared into the sky and left with a face filled with shame and indignation. Of course, no one could see that in the depths of her eyes there was a faint trace of pain, but it soon disappeared and was replaced by determination. The feelings that had just sprouted were cut off by her own hands. Many thanks. After Sikong Yu left, a sigh and a voice of gratitude sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the voice of Sikong Yu's father, Sikong Yi. I owe you a favor, Sikong Yi said. After Sikong Ye's voice faded, Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled and sighed. I'd better make the best use of my time and break through to the divine emperor realm. Once I break through to the divine emperor realm, I won't need to stay here and seek consecrated Elder Sikong's protection anymore. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Sikong Yu, Duan Lingtian felt awkward and uncomfortable if he continued to stay here and seek Sikong Ye's protection. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that after he said those harsh words to Sikong Yu had left and entered the God King battlefield again. It was as if she was venting something and running away from something. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't know all of this. After Duan Lingtian obtained the last medicinal ingredient that the Tianlong clan's clan master searched for, he refined a divine pill and continued to cultivate in seclusion. He had completely forgotten about the time while cultivating. Time flew by. Spring left and autumn came. Spring left and autumn came again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The fighting in the God King battlefield was getting more and more intense. The fall of God Kings had become the norm. Even the speed and scale of the fall of divine emperors was constantly increasing. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the God King battlefield. In the God King battlefield, without Duan Lingtian and Greater One Sect Shimen Longxiang, it had become much fairer. No one was able to gain much of an advantage. Tianlong Temple. Somewhere, Duan Lingtian has already left consecrated Elder Sikong's place of cultivation. He's now heading towards the entrance of the God King battlefield alone, under the orders of the Tianlong clan's vice clan master Xue Mingji, the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing, who had always wanted to enter the God King battlefield but couldn't, received a message from Xue Mingji. Duan Lingtian has come out. Moreover, he's alone. Kuang Tianjing was stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face. This was different from what he had imagined. Duan Lingtian couldn't hold back for 2 years. Chapter 3871. Lord Vice Sect Leader, could this be a trap? Kuang Tianjing asked cautiously through voice transmission. He found it unbelievable. Previously, Duan Lingtian had been extremely cautious. However, now that he had come out on his own, it was as though he was waiting to be killed. Strange. It was too strange. Humph. As soon as Kuang Tianjing received Kuang Tianjing's message, Xue Mingji replied, I'm currently near revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. Apart from Duan Lingtian, no one else has left revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. Nobody has extended their divine consciousness to track Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the Black Dragon Elder on duty today is my junior brother. If you make a move on Duan Lingtian now, even if you can't kill him with one strike, I can buy you some time. You only have 3 breaths to kill him. Xue Mingji paused for a moment before he added, I know what you're worried about. Although I find it strange as well, it's true that Duan Lingtian has come out. Perhaps he's bored at revered Elder Sikong's place and wants to join in the fun in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although he can't enter the God King's battlefield now, he can still wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. Don't waste any more time. At most, he'll leave the area my junior brother is in charge of in a dozen breaths. If you miss this opportunity and still can't kill him, Kuang Tianjing, you'll definitely die. Toward the end of his speech, Xue Mingji's voice became increasingly cold. Vice Sect Leader is nearby. Kuang Tianjing's eyes narrowed slightly when he received Xue Mingji's message. At the same time, he felt slightly relieved. However, he was not willing to be executed by the sect for killing Duan Lingtian. However, he had no other choice now. Lord Vice Sect Leader, although I'm certain he came out alone, is it possible that he has broken through and become a divine emperor? Kuang Tianjing asked quickly. It was clear he did not want to waste any more time. At the same time, Kuang Tianjing began to make his way to revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. He was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian halfway. Divine Emperor? Xue Mingji did not hesitate to laugh when he heard Kuang Tianjing's message. It's not like you don't know how long it took for him to become a high divine king. Do you think he can become a divine emperor now? Unless he can concoct peak emperor level divine pills at will and obtain the medicinal ingredients needed to raise his cultivation base. The main ingredients for those divine pills are all very rare. Even if the Heavenly Dragon sect has reserves, it would be very difficult to gather all of them. Xue Mingji did not comment on Kuang Tianjing's conjecture. Xue Mingji's conjecture was reasonable. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time within the Tianjin clan. Even if he had taken emperor divine pills and had no cultivation bottlenecks, it was impossible. Xue Mingji did not believe that Duan Lingtian could refine peak divine emperor divine pills. Of course, there was another possibility. Duan Lingtian might not be able to refine peak divine emperor divine pills, but he might have enough divine pills to help him break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time. Or he might have the corresponding heavenly treasures, such as divine herbs, divine fruits, and so on. However, the possibility of this was not high. This was because Duan Lingtian would either have heaven-defying luck or a shocking background to achieve such a possibility. Therefore, Xue Mingji did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a divine emperor now. Moreover, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Once he missed it, he might not be able to find such a good opportunity again. Intercept him near Xuanqi Peak in Roaming Dragon Mountain Range. I'll buy you some time. It's best if you can kill him with one blow. If you can't, you must kill him within 3 breaths. Xue Mingji's tone suddenly turned sharp. If he doesn't die in 3 breaths, you must take him with you even if it costs you your life. Once you attack, whether he dies or not, you'll die for sure. I'm sure you know this better than I do. After a pause, Xue Mingji continued. Of course, if he really breaks through and becomes a divine emperor, you can only blame it on your bad luck. At that time, if you die, I'll take care of your bloodline, especially your family and friends. No matter what, your second disciple Zhongken is my son-in-law, Xue Mingji's son-in-law. If Duan Lingtian is already a divine emperor and you die, I'll find some divine emperors to come to the Tianlong clan and pretend to be elders of the Tianlong clan to kill him and avenge you. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianjing knew that although his next move was risky, it should not be too risky. Divine emperor? Although Kuang Tianjing had said so, in his heart he did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through to the divine emperor realm now. Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old, was already considered a monster for being able to become a superior divine king at such a young age. If he became a divine emperor, he would be the first divine emperor who was not even 3,000 years old in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the history of Tanglung Province, the youngest divine emperor was more than 4,000 years old. There were many high-level divine kings under 3,000 years old, but no divine emperor, not even a low-level divine emperor. Vice sect leader, can't you check his cultivation level? Kuang Tianjing asked. He felt that it was safer to do so, even if he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor now. Rashly checking will only alert the enemy, Xue Mingji said faintly. After all, I am only a divine emperor. Even if he is a high-level divine king, he will be alerted when I check his soul with my divine sense. You don't want him to go back directly after being alerted, do you? I think that even if it's a gamble, it's worth it. The probability that Duan Lingtian has broken through to the divine emperor realm is very low. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianjing knew that there was no turning back. He had to do it whether he wanted to or not. Tianlong Temple had 9 intersecting mountain ranges, and Roving Dragon Mountain Range was one of them. Xuanqi Peak was an inconspicuous mountain peak in Roving Dragon Mountain Range. It was neither the highest nor the lowest. It looked ordinary and few people passed by it, but today a purple figure appeared in the sky above Xuanqi Peak. It came from afar and headed towards the entrance to the Tianlong Temple that led to the Emperor Battle Plain. However, the moment the purple figure appeared above Xuanqi Peak, his expression changed. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a violent power swept up from Xuanqi Peak and swept towards the purple figure in the sky. This power seemed to carry the might of thunder, and it was very sudden. It approached the purple figure in the blink of an eye. Phew! Kuang Tianzheng, who had been accumulating power for a long time and unleashed his full power, heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he followed the force, afraid that something unexpected would happen at the crucial moment. He hid in Xuanqi Peak, while the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder patrolling around the Tianlong Temple would be able to determine his identity through his attacks. It made no difference whether he hid or not. What he needed to do now was to kill the purple figure in the sky, which was his target, Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as Kuang Tianzheng rushed out and saw that his power was about to hit Duan Lingtian, he found that it was only an afterimage. The moment Kuang Tianzheng's expression changed, Duan Lingtian appeared in the void in the distance. He crossed his arms and looked at Kuang Tianzheng with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Elder Kuang Tianzheng, you really won't give up. The Linghu family failed to kill me, and now they want to kill me in the sect. It seems that the sect's ban on killing each other is useless to you. Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile. Kuang Tianzheng didn't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. The moment his expression changed, he launched another attack. He always remembered the words of the deputy sect leader, Shuemingji. He only had 3 breaths' time. Now, 1 breath's time had passed since he launched his attack. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to break through to the divine emperor realm. Kuang Tianzheng said coldly as he launched another attack. But even so, you still have to die. At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng felt lucky. He thought that if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the lower divine emperor realm, he might not have time to consolidate his cultivation. If he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, Kuang Tianzheng might have a chance to kill him in 2 breaths' time. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, a spatial storm swept out from his body. A sword light shot up to the sky and blocked Kuang Tianzheng's attack. The moment his attack was shattered, he teleported again. 2 breaths' time passed. Only 1 breath's time left. At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng could feel that several powerful auras were sweeping toward them from all directions. Obviously, they were the White Dragon Elders who were patrolling the nearby area. Shuemingji was the deputy sect leader, so he could ask the Black Dragon Elders to go easy on him. However, the Black Dragon Elders couldn't ask the White Dragon Elders to go easy on him. After all, there were too many people. Once this kind of thing spread out, it would be a big problem. Moreover, everything that happened here would be recorded by the mirror image array in Tianlong Temple. No one dared to take the risk. If the Black Dragon Elders arrived 1 or 2 breaths' time later, it could be said that they had something to do. However, if the White Dragon Elders didn't arrive in time, it would be thought-provoking. Duan Lingtian, you must die. Feeling the approaching danger, Kuang Tianzheng suddenly roared. Then his eyes widened and blood shot out from his 7 orifices. Finally, the blood condensed into a blood mist in the void and merged into his body. The next moment, a bloody aura burst out from Kuang Tianzheng's body. Chapter 3872. The bloodline energy was unique to the natives of the realms of gods. Kuang Tianzheng had it as well. Moreover, Kuang Tianzheng's bloodline energy was different from most people's bloodline energy. Most people's bloodline energy only had 1 characteristic. However, Kuang Tianjing's bloodline energy was different. It had 2 characteristics. One of the characteristics was that it could increase one's strength even when it was restrained. The other characteristic was that it could increase one's strength by destroying half of the heavenly veins in one's body. However, one would be severely injured after the attack, and one's strength would be reduced by more than half. The second characteristic was a desperate attack. Kuang Tianzheng had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had only used it twice. Both times, he had used it when he was on the brink of death. Moreover, both times he was lucky. Although he was severely injured in the process, it took him many years to repair half of the heavenly veins in his body. There's no other way. I can only risk my life to kill him. When Duan Lingtian dodged his first sneak attack, Kuang Tianjing knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge his attack in time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's teleportation prowess had also revealed his strength as a lesser divine lord. At that moment, Kuang Tianjing knew he had lost the bet with Xuemingji. The impossible had happened. As expected, Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. After another exchange, Kuang Tianjing realized something shocking. Not only had Duan Lingtian broken through and become a lesser divine emperor, but he had also consolidated his cultivation base as a lesser divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with Kuang Tianjing's full-powered attack so easily. This was the last moment. Kuang Tianjing knew this was his last chance. If he failed again, even if Duan Lingtian was no match for him, he would be captured by the White Dragon Elder. At that time, there would be no chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he directly activated the second characteristic of his bloodline power. He shattered half of the heavenly veins in his body and unleashed a power that was several times stronger than before. Of course, this power wouldn't last for long. Now that he had unleashed his full power, he could only guarantee that his next attack would be this powerful. Duan Lingtian, you must die! With a roar, Kuang Tianjing's figure flickered. He casually waved his hand, and a resplendent blade of light shot out from his high-quality god artifact. As it swept through the air, it seemed to be able to tear apart space, causing it to tremble. Then, the light blade split in all directions and intertwined into a huge saber king. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it fell on Duan Lingtian. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not teleport in time even if he wanted to. Stop! Kuang Tianjing, do you want to die? Just as Kuang Tianjing was about to explode, a few angry voices were heard from afar. These voices belonged to the White Dragon Elders. Not only were they angry, but they were also anxious. If someone was killed in the area they were in charge of patrolling, the person who attacked first would undoubtedly die, and they would not be able to escape the blame, especially now that the Emperor Battle Dimension had opened. The sect would most likely give them an order not to leave the Divine Emperor battlefield if they did not kill an elder of the Greater One sect, who was as strong as them. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. There's still such a trick, Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Before he could teleport again, a figure shot out from his body. It was another Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, then turned into a blazing light and exploded. A terrifying spatial storm swept out. At the same time, Duan Lingtian hurriedly took out his high-grade divine sword. Sword follows the heart and formed a layer of defense around his body. He even took out his spoils of war, a middle-grade defensive divine artifact. Bang! There was a loud bang. It was the explosion of Duan Lingtian's avatar, which blocked part of the power of Kuang Tianjing's all-out attack. Bang! Another loud bang. Kuang Tianjing's remaining power hit Duan Lingtian's middle-grade defensive divine artifact. Suddenly, the middle-grade defensive divine artifact was annihilated, and cracks appeared on the armor. The intact defensive divine artifact was destroyed in an instant. And then, boom! Rumble! Duan Lingtian's final trump card clashed with Kuang Tianjing's remaining strength. After a brief exchange of blows, Duan Lingtian was defeated. However, Kuang Tianjing's strength was almost depleted as well. It was this remaining power that landed on Duan Lingtian and sent Duan Lingtian flying with a bang. Wah! Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he finally came to a stop, he felt a wave of dizziness. He felt as though his body was about to fall apart. I was careless. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He did not expect Kuang Tianjing to possess such strength. Based on Kuang Tianjing's final attack, it was likely that no other inner sect elder in the Heavenly Dragon sect would be able to cast it. Impossible. At the same time, Kuang Tianjing, who saw that Duan Lingtian was still alive, turned pale and coughed up blood. Half of his veins of heaven had been shattered, and he was now seriously injured. He no longer had the ability to chase after Duan Lingtian. Of course, even if he had the ability to chase after Duan Lingtian, he would not have the chance. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared around Kuang Tianjing, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. These 3 people all had one thing in common. They all had a white dragon elder identity token hanging from their waists. Obviously, they were all white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. They first looked at the severely injured Kuang Tianjing, then turned to look at the similarly injured Duan Lingtian. One of them had a look of disbelief. Just now, they only recognized Kuang Tianjing, but did not recognize who Kuang Tianjing was attacking. Now, looking at Duan Lingtian, one of them recognized Duan Lingtian. This is Duan Lingtian. After the white dragon elder recognized Duan Lingtian, he transmitted his voice to the other 2 white dragon elders. When the 2 of them heard that the young man in purple was Duan Lingtian, they were stunned. Duan Lingtian. In their impression, although Duan Lingtian was the most powerful divine king in the Tianlong clan, a divine king was only a divine king. No matter how powerful he was, he could only be comparable to a lower divine emperor. Just now, Kuang Tianjing's last attack was so powerful that even the lower divine emperors of the Tianlong clan might not be able to take it head-on. Unless it was a lower divine emperor who could fight against an enemy of a higher level, very few lower divine emperors could escape unscathed from that attack. But now, Duan Lingtian had retreated. Although he was obviously injured, he still managed to escape unscathed. Whoosh! A strong wind swept past, and a white-haired old man in a sky-blue robe appeared. As soon as the old man appeared, the 3 white dragon elders who had arrived first bowed to him. Elder Huang. The identity token hanging on the old man's waist was the black dragon elder's token. He was the black dragon elder who was in charge of patrolling the wandering dragon mountain range and the other mountain range nearby. As for the 3 white dragon elders, they were his assistants. Capture the 2 of them and bring them to the law enforcement hall. After the white-haired old man appeared, he glanced coldly at Kuang Tianjing and then at Duan Lingtian. Then he spoke to the 3 white dragon elders in a businesslike manner. Yes. The 3 white dragon elders responded. Then 2 of them walked toward Kuang Tianjing, and the last one walked toward Duan Lingtian. The white dragon elder who walked toward Duan Lingtian was also the white dragon elder who had recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I was there when you publicly refined the Extreme King level divine pill. The white dragon elder spoke to Duan Lingtian in a very polite tone. He was also a divine alchemist. When Duan Lingtian publicly refined pills, he was there too. However, because there were 2 other black dragon elders present, not many people noticed him, even though he was the white dragon elder. How should I address you, elder? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile after consuming a divine healing pill. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the black dragon elder who had left in the distance. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. It was one thing for the 3 white dragon elders to arrive later, but he, a black dragon elder, actually arrived later than the 3 white dragon elders. Duan Lingtian did not believe that it was a coincidence. He was more willing to believe that it was Kuang Tianjing's arrangement, or rather, it was the arrangement of the person behind Kuang Tianjing. As for the person who could arrange for a black dragon elder to be sent here, it went without saying who was behind Kuang Tianjing. It could only be the deputy sect leader, Xuemingji. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that even if he thought so without evidence, he could not do anything to the other party. Moreover, the other party might even accuse him of slander. This time, I'm afraid I can only deal with Kuang Tianzheng. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this was also what he thought. He felt that it was unrealistic to be able to deal with Kuang Tianzheng and the deputy sect leader, Shuemingji. Kuang Tianzheng was only an inner sect elder. It was fine if he could deal with him, but as the deputy sect leader, Shuemingji was definitely not easy to deal with. In the Tianlong clan, the deputy sect leader's position was even higher than the Black Dragon Elder, who was above the White Dragon Elder. My name is Yu Luo. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how did you offend Kuang Tianzheng? He actually risked his life to kill you in the sect. This is an act of eternal damnation. No matter whether he succeeded or not, he will die without a doubt. Yu Luo was obviously puzzled. Elder Kuang Tianzheng has always suspected that I was the one who killed his disciples before entering the sect. Duan Lingtian replied, I know that he hates me, but I didn't expect that he would attack me in the sect, even at the cost of his life. Elder Kuang Tianzheng. As the 3 White Dragon Elders led him to the law enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian looked at Kuang Tianzheng and smiled faintly. Is it worth it to risk your life for a dead person? Chapter 3873. Kuang Tianzheng knew that he had failed when he failed to kill Duan Lingtian after activating his forbidden bloodline for the 3rd time against Duan Lingtian. He had failed to kill Duan Lingtian, but he still had to pay with his own life. He was indignant and resentful, but there was nothing he could do. Was it worth it? Kuang Tianzheng's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, he did not dare to say if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge the death of his youngest disciple, Chu Han, or if he was worried Duan Lingtian would seek revenge in the future when he grew stronger. Perhaps it was more likely the latter. After all, he had regretted attacking Duan Lingtian in the Linghu family's guardian formation, even though he knew that the Linghu family's guardian formation was extraordinary. At that time, not only did he fail to injure Duan Lingtian, but he also became Duan Lingtian's sworn enemy, Elder Kuang Tianzheng. Duan Lingtian looked at Kuang Tianzheng mockingly when he saw that Kuang Tianzheng was ignoring him. At the same time, he said telepathically, I'll tell you the truth, your disciple, Chu Han, was indeed killed by me. Kuang Tianzheng only glanced at Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His heart was as still as water, so he was not affected by Duan Lingtian's words. This was because, although he did not dare to confirm that his disciple, Chu Han, had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he had always assumed that Duan Lingtian had killed Chu Han. Therefore, he was not angry or shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's admission. Duan Lingtian continued, You probably don't know how I became enemies with him, right? At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng's gaze finally changed. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian said bluntly, Actually, there is no enmity between us. Even at the moment he died by my hands, there was no enmity between us. At that time, he and I found a fortuitous encounter at the same time. However, it was destined that only one of us would obtain that fortuitous encounter. I wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill me. However, I was lucky enough to be more skilled than him. Therefore, the one who died was him, not me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see the sharp glint in Kuang Tianzheng's eyes. However, he ignored Kuang Tianzheng's words and continued to say, It's because of the fortuitous encounter I obtained from Chu Han that I was able to break through and become a primitive divine emperor not long after I became a prominent divine king. Otherwise, even though I quickly broke through to high-level godly king and consumed the Emperor Ascension divine pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the godly emperor stage without at least a few decades. Elder Kuang Tianzheng. Speaking of which, I have to thank Chu Han. If it wasn't for his skills, I wouldn't have obtained that fortuitous encounter. If I didn't obtain that fortuitous encounter, I would have definitely died because of you. What a pity, what a pity! At the end of Duan Lingtian's words, Kuang Tianzheng, who had lost all hope, glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, even if I, Kuang Tianzheng, lose this time, you won't be able to live for long. It won't be long before you come to accompany Chu Han and me. In his state of despair, Kuang Tianzheng was still infuriated. It could be seen that Duan Lingtian's words had greatly stimulated him. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to wait, Duan Lingtian said disdainfully. At this time, Kuang Tianzheng, who had been angry for a while, seemed to realize that he could no longer do anything to Duan Lingtian. He did not continue to pester Duan Lingtian. Instead, he transmitted what he had just learned from Duan Lingtian to Deputy Sect Leader Xue Mingji. He and Chu Han came across a fortuitous encounter. He killed Chu Han and obtained the fortuitous encounter. That's why he could break through to the godly emperor stage in such a short time. Just now, after learning that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the godly emperor stage, Xue Mingji knew that Kuang Tianzheng was likely to fail. In the end, it was just as he had expected. However, after learning that Kuang Tianzheng had used the taboo bloodline power, he did not blame Kuang Tianzheng because he knew that Kuang Tianzheng had done his best. Under such circumstances, not many lower godly emperors could have withstood that attack. However, Duan Lingtian had withstood it. This also meant that although Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the godly emperor stage, he was not an ordinary lower godly emperor. Even if his strength was not as strong as a middle godly emperor, he was comparable to a middle godly emperor. I thought he could refine the ultimate emperor grade divine pill. It's good that he isn't. Xue Mingji heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Once the news that Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill spread out, he was afraid that the leaders of the top 3 god emperors in Tanglong province would personally come to invite Duan Lingtian. Even the more powerful forces outside of Tanglong province might also come to invite Duan Lingtian if they received the news. At that time, as long as Duan Lingtian said a word, even if he was the deputy clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he would die without a doubt. If Duan Lingtian knew what Xue Mingji was thinking now, although he was not surprised, he would still snort disdainfully. Refining a supreme emperor-grade divine pill would naturally allow him to make a name for himself. However, at the same time, it would also bring him great calamity. Now he was just a puny godly emperor with heaven-defying alchemy skills. It would be fine if everyone treated him with respect, but he was afraid that some experts would want to imprison him, treat him as a slave, and force him to concoct pills. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of pill slaves with profound alchemy skills who were enslaved by others. These pill slaves were usually people whose cultivation base could not keep up with their alchemy skills. Since Duan Lingtian did not want to become a pill slave, he had also revealed to Kuang Tianzheng that he had only broken through to the divine emperor stage in such a short time because he had competed with Chu Han for a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, people would suspect that he could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Lord Vice Sect Leader Kuang Tianzheng said solemnly through voice transmission, I don't have much time left in the enforcement hall. I have a few words that I hope you'll take seriously, Lord Vice Sect Leader. Speak, Xue Mingji said patiently. As the saying went, a man's words are kind when he's about to die. He wanted to know what Kuang Tianzheng wanted to say to him before he died. At the same time, Kuang Tianzheng continued to say, although Duan Lingtian is young, he's extremely shrewd. Even an ordinary 10,000-year-old man might not be able to compare to him in this aspect. Previously, when I tricked Ding Yan to lure him out, he only sent his clone out. After his clone was destroyed, he decisively went to Xue Haichuan's place to seek refuge. It's as though he has a keen sense of danger. If it's just intuition, it's fine. After all, intuition can't always be so accurate. However, I don't think it's his intuition. It's more of a guess. Although you tried to lure Xue Haichuan away, he didn't follow Xue Haichuan into the Emperor Battle Realm. However, he left a way out for himself and went to revered elder Sikong's place, so we couldn't do anything to him. This time he swaggered out alone, and when he saw me appear to kill him, he didn't show the slightest bit of surprise or panic. I suspect that he guessed that I would attack him. Perhaps he came out this time to bait me into making a move. Kuang Tianjing's tone turned grim as he said, I heard he came from a Devata realm. Based on his actions, he doesn't seem like a disciple from a sect or clan with a strong background. He seems like a person without a strong background. Well, I don't mean anything by that. I just want to remind you, Lord Vice Sect Leader, it's best not to make a move on him unless you're confident. Otherwise, you might go for wool and come home shorn. This time, I am a living example. After Kuang Tianjing finished speaking, he did not say anything else. On the other hand, Xue Mingji fell silent. Since he was able to become the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan, although he was not much smarter than Kuang Tianjing, he was definitely not inferior. After listening to Kuang Tianjing's words, Xue Mingji even thought of becoming friends with Duan Lingtian. However, after thinking about it, he dismissed the thought. Right now, it seemed like there was no turning back. Although Kuang Tianjing was the one who had attacked today, he did not show up at all. However, with Duan Lingtian's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to guess Elder Black Dragon must have done something when he saw Elder Black Dragon, who was in charge of guarding the area, did not show up for a long time. He has just broken through to become a divine emperor, and he already has such strength. If I give him more time, perhaps even I won't be able to do anything to him. Even if I give him more time, I'll be left behind. Kuang Tianjing advised me not to act rashly, but if I don't act rashly for 1 day or 2 days, when will I be able to get rid of him? Sometimes it's not a matter of acting rashly, but a matter of not being able to act rashly. I have to find a chance to kill him in the shortest time possible. When Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing were brought to the Tianlong clan's law enforcement hall, Xue Mingji also sent out a message. This message was not sent to anyone in the Tianlong temple, but to a good friend he had made outside the Tianlong temple. I need 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. Help me think of a way. This was the first message Xue Mingji sent out. Then, Xue Mingji sent out a second message. No matter the price, as long as I, Xue Mingji, can afford it, I'll take it. In the law enforcement hall. After Duan Lingtian and Xue Mingji were brought to the law enforcement hall, the people in the law enforcement hall began to review the mirror image formation in the Tianlong clan's Great Protective Formation. Then they sent the message to a vice hall master, an elder black dragon, who was not in the law enforcement hall for the time being. As for the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was one of the golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. Recently, he was on duty in Tianlong City in the Emperor War realm and was not present. Clan Master. After the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall confirmed the ins and outs of the matter, he immediately sent a message to the Clan Master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Chapter 3874. Normally, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, as the elder of the Black Dragon clan, could decide how to deal with an inner sect elder. However, the inner sect elder wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, and everyone knew that Duan Lingtian was the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the divine emperor realm. He was a young prodigy that even the clan master thought highly of. Therefore, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall reported this matter to the clan master of the Tianlong clan. An inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, tried to kill Duan Lingtian. Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, had a grim expression when he heard the news. Everyone in the Tianlong clan knew that he, Long Qingchong, had specially rewarded Duan Lingtian for his performance on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the Tianlong clan on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. But now, someone was trying to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple? Clan Master, according to the Enforcement Hall's rules, this matter will be considered over once Kuang Tianjing is executed. The Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall paused and waited for Long Qingchong's response. Humph. Long Qingchong snorted. After you execute Kuang Tianjing, execute all of Kuang Tianjing's disciples except for his second disciple. Zhong can also execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members who are related to Kuang Tianjing by blood and are in the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong's words were as if he wanted to exterminate Kuang Tianjing's entire family, except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhongken. The Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall naturally knew the reason. It was because Zhongken had a good father-in-law, the Tianlong clan's Vice Clan Master, Xuemingji. Sect leader, what's the reason? After hearing Long Qingchong's words, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall asked as he inwardly gasped. Do you need me to teach you this? Long Qingchong asked. I understand. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall felt a chill in his heart as he quickly responded. After a while, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall personally appeared in front of Kuang Tianjing. He stared coldly at Kuang Tianjing. Then he spoke in a clear voice. Kuang Tianjing, you have ambushed and killed inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian within the sect grounds. You have disregarded the rules of the sect as nothing a capital offense. As soon as he spoke, even though Kuang Tianjing was prepared, his face still sank. Then the vice leader of the Law Enforcement Hall continued, Kuang Tianjing's disciples, except for the second disciple, Zhongken, were all involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Law Enforcement Team 1, go and arrest them immediately. The moment these words were spoken, numerous voices in unison reverberated within the Law Enforcement Hall. Squad 1 receives the order. Then powerful auras flew out of the Law Enforcement Hall one after another. Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically. Vice Hall Master Qin, this has nothing to do with them. This has nothing to do with them. Before Kuang Tianjing could finish speaking, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall mercilessly interrupted him again. Within the sect, anyone who is related to Kuang Tianjing by blood, which is Kuang Tianjing's family, was involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Hearing this, Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically again. Kuang Tianjing's voice was interrupted again. Team 2 will be responsible for this matter. Yes, Team 2. More auras rose and left the Law Enforcement Hall. No. Kuang Tianjing let out a roar. He stared at the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall with an unwilling expression. Then he knelt down in front of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Vice Hall Master Qin, they knew nothing about the killing of Duan Lingtian. However, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall only responded to Kuang Tianjing with a casual slap. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge solid palm print fell like a mountain. Kuang Tianjing was immediately killed. The miserable screams that had been echoing in the Law Enforcement Hall suddenly stopped. In the Law Enforcement Hall, not only were some of the elders and disciples on duty silent, but even the 3 white dragon elders who had sent Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing here were also dumbfounded at this moment. No one had expected that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Kuang Tianjing today. Not only was Kuang Tianjing executed, but Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples were almost completely wiped out, except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhongken. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, the sect actually, everyone's gaze when they looked at Duan Lingtian changed drastically. Initially, they were indifferent, but now they were filled with dread. If it was said that Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples were involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian, they would definitely not believe it, because that would be meaningless. But now, since the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had spoken, even if there was no such thing, this matter was already set in stone. Even if the person behind this order was not the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was definitely the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Although Duan Lingtian is an inner sect disciple, his status in the sect is so high that I'm afraid no Azure Dragon disciple can compare to him. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was actually a little stunned. He had originally thought that the Law Enforcement Hall would only execute Kuang Tianjing. He had not expected that even Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples would be executed, except for Zhong Can. As for why Zhong Can could survive, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it must be because he now had another identity, the son-in-law of Deputy Clan leader Shuimingji. Why would the Law Enforcement Hall issue such an order? I don't seem to know this Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, right? Could it be that he's on good terms with Brother Haichuan and Brother Yanian, so he's taking care of me? But that's not very likely, is it? Just as Duan Lingtian was still guessing, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion dressed in a long gray robe, was already looking at him with an amiable expression. Duan Lingtian, are you satisfied with the sect's handling of this matter? Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and hurriedly nodded. Yes, thank you for upholding justice for me, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Starting from the mundane plane, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was necessary to eliminate the root of the problem, but he did not expect to be able to do so now. He did not expect the Law Enforcement Hall to help him with this matter. This is the clan leader's intention. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall did not take credit for himself. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to tell him the inside story. Duan Lingtian, the clan leader thinks very highly of you. When he learned that you were ambushed, he almost personally executed Kuang Tianjing. The clan leader? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. He did not think too much about it earlier. Now that he thought about it, even if the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall in front of him was an elder of the Black Dragon clan, it seemed that he could not easily give such an order. Moreover, he might not even dare to give such an order. The current Kuang Tianjing was not only a member of the Myriad Demon sect, and he did not only have 2 elders of the White Dragon clan as his backers. Behind Kuang Tianjing was a deputy clan leader, Shuimingji. Hall Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall in front of him. I would like to see the clan leader to thank him back then. Is it convenient? I'll ask the clan leader for you. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall quickly contacted the clan leader of the Tianlong clan and asked for his opinion. Soon he received a response. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, I just asked the clan leader. The clan leader said that he will see you when you enter the Emperor battle plane and kill an elder of the Greater One sect. At that time, he will give you a big gift. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The clan leader really thinks highly of me. The trip to the Emperor battle plane in the past allowed him to learn a lot about the Greater One sect, including the division of the Greater One sect's elders in the Greater One sect. The elders were also divided into outer elders and inner elders, which was the same as the Tianlong clan. The supreme elders of the Greater One sect had a status equal to the Golden Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Between the supreme elders and the inner elders of the Greater One sect, there were 2 types of elders, namely the Profound Sky Elder and the Dark Earth Elder. The Profound Sky Elder corresponded to the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The Dark Earth Elder corresponded to the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. In other words, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan meant to let Duan Lingtian kill an elder of the Greater One sect, whose strength was equal to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Hall Master, so far, the Emperor Battle Plane has been open for 6 or 7 years. How many Dark Earth elders have died in the Greater One sect? Duan Lingtian asked the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. 1. The latter sighed. Just a month ago, he was killed by Elder Shui Haichuan. This news hasn't spread yet. 2 White Dragon elders of our Tianlong clan have died so far. Hearing the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, but at the same time he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the elder of the Greater One sect was not so easy to kill. In the Emperor Battle Plane, higher divine emperors were not allowed to enter. In this case, the elder of the Greater One sect and the White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan were equivalent to the strongest battle force in the Emperor Battle Plane. Existences of this level were not so easy to die. And as far as he knew, the reason why 2 White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan had died was because the 2 White Dragon elders were careless and fell into the trap of the elder of the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian, since the clan leader has set such a request for you, it shows that he thinks highly of you. Although the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall also felt that the clan leader's request for Duan Lingtian was not realistic, but he also knew that at this time he could not attack Duan Lingtian's confidence. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did the clan leader really think that the Emperor Battle Plane's Emperor Battle Plane was the same as the God King Battle Plane's Emperor Battle Plane? Duan Lingtian was able to run amok in the God King Battle Plane because he had more advantages than the other God Kings, whether it was in terms of the profoundness of laws or other means. And in the God King Battle Plane, not counting the lower divine emperors, among the middle divine emperors, how many divine emperors had comprehended the profoundness of laws that were inferior to his? Coupled with the difference in cultivation base, even if it was just an ordinary middle divine emperor, he could not deal with him now. Unless he used some trump cards, he might be able to fight to a draw, or even defeat or kill the other party, and some means, once exposed, would bring disaster to him unless they left no traces. Chapter 3875. However, as far as I'm concerned, it's much easier for me to reach the immortal Emperor realm than most of the others. The cultivation of the divine Emperor realm was more than 10 times harder than the cultivation of the divine King realm. However, Duan Lingtian did not spend much time in the divine King realm. If he could only stay in the divine Emperor realm for 100 years, Duan Lingtian felt that he was very lucky. This was after he had taken into account the various things he had obtained from the divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qinwu. Most of the things in the divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qinwu were only useful to divine emperors. In the past, Duan Lingtian had no use for them, but now they could be used. Among them, there was no lack of cultivation aids. He had originally planned to meet the clan master of the Tianlong clan to thank him in person. After all, the clan master had taken great care of him by eliminating the Quang Tianjing branch for him. However, since the clan master had no intention of meeting him for the time being, Duan Lingtian did not insist. Although he knew that the clan master would still meet him if he insisted, he did not think it was necessary. Now he was even interested in the big gift promised by the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Since the clan master of the Tianlong clan called it a big gift and gave it to him after he killed the elder of the Tai sect, it could not be an ordinary item. However, with my current strength, it's impossible for me to kill the elder of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, in that case, I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and left the Law Enforcement Hall. After he left, he immediately headed in the direction of the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension. When Duan Lingtian left, the 3 White Dragon elders who had sent him here and the others in the law enforcement hall all looked at him respectfully. In their eyes there was a hint of fear. They knew that from now on, no one in the Tianlong clan would dare to treat the person in front of them as an ordinary inner sect disciple. What a joke! How could an ordinary inner sect disciple get the Tianlong clan's law enforcement hall to stand up for him? Although I can't kill the Greater One Sect's elder for the time being, I still have to go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Just because I can't kill the elder doesn't mean I can't kill the other god kings of the Tai sect. After all, the elder of the Tai sect represents the strongest force on the battlefield of god kings. This time, I'll try my best to accumulate as many battle merits as possible and exchange them for some of the things that caught my eye previously. It would be best if I could gather enough battle merits to exchange for the things I want. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane. This was his second time entering the Emperor battle plane. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane, news of the inner sect Elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. For a time, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Inner sect Elder Kuang Tianjing ambushed Duan Lingtian halfway? Do they have such a deep grudge? Kuang Tianjing, as an inner sect elder, actually dared to attack him in the sect. As far as I know, the death of Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, seems to have something to do with Duan Lingtian. I heard this from a friend of mine in the Myriad Demon sect. Everyone was shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. However, this was not what shocked them the most. Instead, they were shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian had not been killed. Elder Kuang Tianjing is an inner sect elder, and he's one of the stronger inner sect elders. How can someone like him not kill a godly king? Even if Duan Lingtian is said to be invincible among those below the godly emperor level in the Tianlong clan, shouldn't he be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike if he ambushed him? Could Elder Kuang Tianjing have been careless? While many people were puzzled by this, a piece of shocking news reached their ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian has broken through to become a lesser, godly emperor. At the critical moment, Kuang Tianjing even activated the power of his taboo bloodline and displayed the strength that could kill most lesser godly emperors. But he still failed to kill Duan Lingtian. After this news spread, the Tianlong clan was in an uproar again. Just when everyone thought that this news was already very shocking, another piece of shocking news came. Kuang Tianjing tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. Kuang Tianjing has been sentenced to death and executed on the spot by the law enforcement hall. At the same time, the law enforcement hall has ordered the arrest of Kuang Tianjing's family members and disciples. Except for his second disciple, Zhong Can, no one was spared. Tomorrow, the law enforcement hall will execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members and disciples who were arrested. When this news spread, the Tianlong clan was shocked and in an uproar. When Kuang Tianjing tried to kill Duan Lingtian, even his family members and disciples were implicated. If Zhong Can, Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple, did not become the son-in-law of deputy sect leader Shui, I'm afraid he will not be spared this time, right? Oh my God! This time, the law enforcement hall is really going to kill all of Kuang Tianjing's family members. The law enforcement hall will not act rashly. Perhaps the other members of Kuang Tianjing's family were really involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. Because of the law enforcement hall's authority, most people in the Tianlong clan believed that the law enforcement hall was telling the truth. Otherwise, they could not imagine that the law enforcement hall would do such a thing for an inner sect disciple. However, for those who were in the know, they knew that the law enforcement hall was helping Duan Lingtian to get rid of him. For the law enforcement hall to do such a thing, it was either the law enforcement hall master, who was the Golden Dragon Elder, personally gave the order, or the sect leader himself gave the order. No matter which of the two gave the order, Kuang Tianjing's family members were doomed to die. Tianlong Temple, in a secluded valley somewhere. Thump! Accompanied by a soft sound, a young man suddenly knelt in front of a middle-aged man with a mournful expression. A beautiful figure stood beside the young man. Surprisingly, it was a beautiful young woman. At this moment, she was looking at the middle-aged man before her and said coquettishly, "Father, please help Zhong Can and save the lives of his fellow disciples and his master's family." The young man kneeling on the ground was Zhong Can. This woman was Zhong Can's wife, the only daughter of the Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. As for the middle-aged man's identity, it was obvious that he was Xue Mingji. Bang! 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 Xue Mingji sat in front of the stone table. A hint of helplessness flashed across his dignified face. At the same time, his fingers, which had been constantly tapping on the stone table, gradually slowed down. Finally, he stopped tapping. For a moment, the valley was silent. "Before your master made his move, I promised him that after he died, I would protect his family and disciples." Xue Mingji looked at the kneeling Zhong Can and said in a low voice. The moment Zhong Can's eyes lit up, Xue Mingji continued, "However, this time I really have no other choice." Zhong Can's expression changed drastically. The woman beside Zhong Can also frowned slightly. At this moment, Xue Mingji continued to look at Zhong Can and said, "I can't save them. I've asked around. The extermination of your master, Kuang Tianjing's family, was personally ordered by the sect leader. Now, you should understand my helplessness, right?" As soon as Zhong Can's words came out, his daughter's expression changed. Zhong Can's expression froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The sect leader personally gave the order? How is this possible? At first, I also thought it was impossible. Xue Mingji shook his head and said, "However, I later confirmed that it was indeed true. Perhaps it's because of Duan Ling Tian's ability in the divine pill Dao that the sect leader values. Or perhaps it's because of Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability. For the sect leader, such a peerless prodigy should be on good terms with him, regardless of whether he stays in the Tianlong clan in the future. This would only be beneficial to the sect leader. Do you understand what I'm saying?" At this point, Xue Mingji looked deeply at Zhong Can. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji added, "If you, Zhong Can, hadn't become my son-in-law, you wouldn't have survived this time." "I understand." After listening to Xue Mingji's words, Zhong Can was silent for a moment before he nodded. Then he stood up, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Father-in-law, what do you plan to do next?" Zhong Can knew in his heart that his father-in-law was not someone to be trifled with. He would definitely not let this matter rest, unless he could reach a compromise with Duan Lingtian. However, from what he knew, there was almost no room for reconciliation between his father-in-law and Duan Lingtian. "Father, you can't just let this matter rest like this." At this time, the girl beside Zhong Can said in a low voice, "This matter is tantamount to the enmity of killing Zhong Can's father. You must avenge him." Xue Mingji glanced at the girl and sighed faintly. "Girl, don't get involved in this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji looked at Zhong Can and said indifferently, "I have my own plans for what to do next. You won't be able to help, so I won't tell you about it for now. Just go back and wait for news. Perhaps one day when you wake up from your cultivation, you'll hear the news of Duan Lingtian's death." When they heard Xue Mingji's words, Zhong Can and his wife's eyes lit up. "Thank you, father-in-law." Zhong Can knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express his gratitude. At this time, the girl beside him looked at Xue Mingji with a bright smile. "Thank you, father. You may leave." Xue Mingji waved his hand and sent them off. After receiving his reply, Zhong Can did not continue to stay. In the blink of an eye, he left Xue Mingji's cultivation place with his wife. Chapter 3876. When Duan Lingtian entered the emperor battle plane, he was recognized, but that was all. At this time, the news of the inner sect Elder Kuang, Tianzheng, ambushing him began to spread. It would probably take some time for someone to bring in the news. This time, Duan Lingtian made his way to the battlefield of the divine emperors. The disciples of the Tianlong clan, who thought Duan Lingtian was only here to take a look, were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian walking in the direction of the battlefield. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian banned from entering? Yes, our Tianlong clan has reached an agreement with the Greater One sect. Their Greater One sect's Duan Lingtian is banned from entering. Correspondingly, our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian can't enter either. Is Duan Lingtian trying to break the agreement between our Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect? You must know that the sect master has compensated him for this matter. That shouldn't be the case, right? If Duan Lingtian had come to Sky Dragon City and just strolled around or went to Peace City, not many people would have paid attention to him. But now, Duan Lingtian was walking in the direction of the 3 major battlefields, and there was nothing to see there. This caused quite a commotion for a while. As a result, some people followed behind Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. Although Duan Lingtian noticed that some people were following him, he didn't care. He also heard the words of those people behind him and couldn't help but smile faintly. The battlefield of God Kings? He didn't intend to go back to that broken place after he came out last time. The rewards were too low. Killing a Greater One sect's God King only gave him 25 battle merits. In the battlefield of the Deity Emperors, even killing the weakest lower Deity Emperor would give 200 battle merits. If one could kill a medium Deity Emperor, they would get 2,000 battle merits. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead of the past. Back then, when he went to the battlefield of the Divine Kings, he still had to ask for directions. Later on, he saw the landmark stone tablets that led to the 3 battlefields. At a fork in the road in Sky Dragon City, there was a stone tablet erected on each of the 3 roads. On top of them were the engravings of the God King battlefield, the God Sovereign battlefield, and the Quasi-Emperor battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. But now, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. This scene was naturally witnessed by the group of people who followed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you preparing to enter the battlefield of the God Kings? Battlefield of divine emperors? Only divine emperors and above can enter that place. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a divine emperor? Impossible. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian broke through to the upper deity king less than 10 years ago. Do you think he can break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time? Then what is he going to do? I don't know. Maybe he's just curious and wants to see what the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looks like. Driven by curiosity, the crowd continued to follow Duan Lingtian. No one thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. Just like when Duan Lingtian had left the cultivation ground of the Tianlong clan Si Kongyi and headed to the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Vice Clan Master Shuemingji and Inner Sect Elder Kuang did not think that he had broken through and become a divine emperor. At this moment, even the Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to become a divine emperor. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. The entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looked no different from the entrance to the battlefield of the divine emperors. However, there were fewer people here and fewer soul beads were publicly displayed. This was because there were far fewer divine emperors in the Tianlong clan than divine emperors. Seeing that someone had come, the elders of the Tianlong clan who were on duty at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings were also attracted. Now, 2 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan were on duty here. So many people. Soon, they saw a group of people following behind, many of whom were disciples of the younger generation. What are they doing here? Both of them frowned slightly. Elders, I'm going to the battlefield of the God Kings. Under the horrified gaze of the people behind, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and greeted the 2 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan on duty. Then he went to the side and activated the formation for obtaining an ID badge before entering the battlefield of the God Kings. After his cultivation was confirmed, he successfully obtained his ID badge. This would also be his ID badge in the battlefield of the God Kings. He was a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian disappeared in front of them in a flash and appeared at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. Then his figure disappeared. Hey, you didn't leave any soul beads. Although one of the inner sect elders spoke in time, Duan Lingtian was faster. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. At the same time, gulp. Hiss! The group of people who followed behind Duan Lingtian either gulped down a mouthful of saliva or gasped. At this moment, all of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. My God! Duan Lingtian actually obtained our Heavenly Dragon Sect's Divine Imperial Disciples identity badge and entered the godly Imperial battlefield. Only a Divine Emperor can get the ID badge of the Divine Emperor's disciple, right? He broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. The shocked discussions of the crowd entered the ears of the 2 inner sect elders on duty, causing them to be petrified for a moment. The purple-robed young man who just entered the battlefield of the God Kings was actually Duan Lingtian. They had never seen Duan Lingtian, so it was impossible for them to recognize him. In addition, they did not know all the disciples of the Tianlong clan, so they were not surprised to see a strange face. But now they were shocked to know that the man was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Even if they had not seen him, they had heard of him. Duan Lingtian was the recently rising heavens pride of the Tianlong clan, known as the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the Divine Emperor. A few years ago, he killed hundreds of disciples of the Greater One sect on the battlefield of the Divine Kings by himself, which made the patriarch of the Greater One sect personally come to the Tianlong clan and set a ban to prevent Duan Lingtian from entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. At that time, they knew that Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius comparable to the peerless heavens pride of the Greater One sect, Shimin Longxiang. In addition, they also knew that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the high-level Divine King realm a few years ago. Now, after witnessing Duan Lingtian get the ID badge of the Divine Emperor's disciple and successfully enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings, they subconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and felt their throats dry. In less than 10 years, Duan Lingtian had broken through from a mid-level Divine King to a low-level Divine Emperor. Even Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect may not have broken through by now, right? At the same time, those who came with Duan Lingtian and recovered from their shock quickly spread the news. At the same time, disciples of the Tianlong clan also came in and told the Tianlong clan's disciples in the Emperor battle plane about what had happened between Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianxin. For a time, the entire Sky Dragon City was shaken. In Peace City, many disciples of the Tianlong clan were discussing this matter, and many disciples of the Greater One sect also heard it. In a short time, the news also spread to the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian broke through and became a Divine Emperor. That Duan Lingtian who killed hundreds of our Greater One sect's disciples? That's him. That Duan Lingtian, the people of the Tianlong clan, all said that he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Shimin Longxiang. At that time, I didn't believe it. But now, Shimin Longxiang hasn't broken through, right? He shouldn't have. If he did, he would definitely enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperor. The entire Greater One sect was shaken by the news that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. and Shimin Longxiang, who had returned to the Greater One sect for many years, also received the news. Duan Lingtian broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. After receiving the news, he closed his door to cultivate and paid no attention to the outside world. I couldn't fight in the Divine King realm. Duan Lingtian, when I reach the Divine Emperor realm, I will definitely fight with you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm. Geniuses were all proud. Shimin Longxiang was no exception. In the past, Duan Lingtian had killed many people on the battlefield of the Divine King realm, forcing the Greater One sect to urgently call him back and ban him from entering the battlefield of the Divine King realm. At first, he was unwilling. Later, when he learned that Duan Lingtian could no longer enter the battlefield of the Divine King realm, he felt relieved because his only purpose in entering the battlefield of the Divine King realm was to fight with Duan Lingtian. After that, he prayed, hoping that Duan Lingtian could follow him into the Divine Emperor realm, so that they would have a chance to fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm. He thought that Duan Lingtian, who had recently broken through to the upper Divine King realm, would definitely enter the Divine Emperor realm later than him. But he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would break through first. It took less than 10 years for a middle Divine King realm to enter the upper Divine King realm and then the lower Divine Emperor realm. Shimin Longxiang was greatly shocked. However, he did not give up. Instead, he wanted to break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible and enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm to fight with Duan Lingtian. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Duan Lingtian broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. The Greater One sect master and the other higher-ups of the Greater One sect were shocked when they learned of Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation advancement. How did he cultivate? This Duan Lingtian must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, it would be impossible for him to enter the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. That opportunity, I'm afraid it was left behind by at least a Divine Emperor expert. I think so too. Knowing that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, they were not worried. He was just a Divine Emperor who had just broken through to the lower Divine Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the profound laws, compared to the disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine King realm, may be more outstanding. But compared to the disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperor realm, it may not be more outstanding. In their view, after Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, the threat to the disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperor realm was at most comparable to the inner sect deacon and outer sect elder of the Greater One sect. Chapter 3877. How's it going? Seeing his daughter and son-in-law leave, Xue Mingji's originally calm face instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, he sent out a message to ask about his friends outside. This friend was a good friend he had made in his early years. They had gone through life and death together. Xue Mingji trusted this friend very much. Otherwise, Xue Mingji would not have asked him for help in finding 2 intermediate God King kamikaze warriors. In the realms of gods, many forces would nurture kamikaze warriors. However, most forces would only nurture ordinary divine kamikaze warriors. As for God King kamikaze warriors, other forces would not have the resources to nurture them unless they were godly emperors. As for godly emperor kamikaze warriors, they were even rarer. If it were not for the powerful godly emperor forces, they would not have the courage to nurture them. After all, every godly emperor kamikaze warrior required a lot of resources. Among the godly emperor kamikaze warriors, the higher their cultivation base, the rarer they were. For example, although the Tianlong clan did not have any godly emperor experts, as a godly emperor force that had produced a godly emperor expert, it had a strong foundation. The Tianlong clan had nurtured some godly emperor kamikaze warriors. However, they were only low-level godly emperor kamikaze warriors, and there were very few of them. It was said that there was only one intermediate God King, kamikaze warrior. This team of kamikaze warriors was in the hands of the Tianlong clan's current clan leader. This was a tradition of the Tianlong clan. I found a way. Shui Mingji received a reply not long after he sent out the message. However, the price of 2 intermediate God King kamikaze warriors is not low, especially since they'll die if you ask them to do it. What's the price of buying their lives? Shui Mingji asked. I've been trying to bargain with the other party, but I've almost reached my limit. However, old Shui, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your meager wealth, it'll be a huge burden for you to hire 2 intermediate God King kamikaze warriors. If they don't die, the price will be much lower. The other party asked, Is there a chance they won't die? Undying? Shui Mingji asked calmly, Do you think they won't die after killing people in Tianlong Temple? For a moment, the other party fell silent. After a short while, the other party said, Earlier you said that your target is a kid who has just broken through to become a low-level deity emperor. Yes, Shui Mingji replied. Don't underestimate him just because he just broke through to the lower divine emperor realm. His strength is comparable to a middle divine emperor's. When he recalled how Duan Lingtian had managed to escape from Kuang Tianjing's forbidden bloodline attack, Shui Mingji did not dare to underestimate him. How about 1 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn and 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn? The other party asked. 2 low-level godly emperors? Hearing the other party's words, Shui Mingji frowned. As far as I know, the price of 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn is not much different from the price of 1 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn, right? In terms of difficulty, cultivating 2 low-level godly emperors was not much easier than cultivating 1 mid-level godly emperor. It's much worse. The other party laughed. Do you think that the death-sworn I find are like the death-sworn cultivated by a god-level force like the Tianlong clan, relying on cultivation resources? The path I find leads directly to a godly venerable expert who is good at soul secret techniques. The death-sworn I find are also godly venerable experts who are good at soul secret techniques. They erase the memories in their 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls and inject the memories of the other death-sworn. Have you heard of the soul-shifting death-sworn? At this point, the person who sent the message to Shui Mingji was obviously proud. Soul-shifting death-sworn? Shui Mingji sucked in a breath of cold air. You actually have such a path? If it weren't for the soul-shifting death-sworn, and it's not that I look down on you, you may not be able to afford the cost of 2 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn. On the other side, the person who sent the message to Shui Mingji spoke, very casually, without the slightest trace of politeness. A mid-level godly emperor death-sworn who is not weaker than an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, plus 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn. It should be enough to kill the person you want to kill, right? Hearing the other party's words, Shui Mingji was silent for a moment before he said, 2 low-level godly emperor death-sworn. At least one of them is good at the law of space and can disturb the space. The person I want to kill is good at the law of space. In Shui Mingji's opinion, a large part of the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Kuang Tianjing's hands last time was because Duan Lingtian had teleported in time. Also, Kuang Tianjing did not immediately activate the power of his forbidden bloodline. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape death. Let me ask, the other party sent the message. However, just as the other party's voice fell, Shui Mingji said again, Forget it. 2 mid-level godly emperor death-sworn. I don't want low-level godly emperor death-sworn. I'm still not at ease. Whatever the price is, it will be. In the next few days, I will ask my trusted disciples to send the things to you. If the divine stones and divine crystals are not enough, we will replace them with other things that are more easily circulated. This should not be a problem, right? In response to Xue Mingji's inquiry, the other party replied in a clear voice, "This is naturally not a problem." "All right, since you have decided, I will ask for 2 mid-level godly emperor death sworn from him. When they arrive, what are your plans? Let them join the Tianlong clan and then wait for an opportunity to strike?" The Emperor Battle Plane, the battlefield of godly emperors. In the sky above a boundless plain, a purple figure flitted past like a purple lightning bolt. Although the battlefield of godly emperors is about the same size as the battlefield of godly kings, there are much more people here. I am not slow, but it has been 2 months and I have not met a single person. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he first entered the battlefield of godly emperors, he was treading on thin ice and was extremely cautious. However, in the next few days, he did not even meet a single person. Now, 2 months had passed, and he had even forgotten that there were godly emperors who could threaten him in this battlefield. He swaggered around as if he was fearless. There are so few people in such a big battlefield. There should be very few godly emperors who have the patience to travel together, right? Duan Lingtian thought. It's really boring. Moreover, I can't cultivate here, nor can I comprehend the profound meaning of laws. At the same time, because there is no spiritual qi, there is no way to refine divine pills. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If possible, he really wanted to wait for the Greater One Sect's godly emperors to come. Let's continue to look. Duan Lingtian felt that before he found the Greater One Sect's godly emperors, he would most likely collapse. In the battlefield of godly kings, although he often did not see anyone from the Greater One Sect for a long time, at least he could meet people from the same sect, so it was not too lonely. But this time, in the 2 months since he entered the battlefield of godly emperors, Duan Lingtian did not even see a shadow of a person. Now, he did not even have the extravagant hope of meeting someone from the Greater One Sect. As long as he could meet 1 or 2 people from the Tianlong clan, he would be very moved. 2 hours later, perhaps the heavens heard the pleading in Duan Lingtian's heart when he passed through the endless plains, through the towering mountains, and into the ice field. He heard the sound of fighting. Boom! Rumble! A violent sound came from the distance, followed by the sound of a large piece of glacier shattering. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up at this moment. It was as though he was a hungry wolf that had finally found prey after being starved for many days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he headed in the direction of the sound. Of course, although he was anxious, he was very calm. He did not approach with great fanfare, but carefully crept over. Soon he came to the side of a glacier, barely hiding his figure, and watched the confrontation in the sky above the ice field in the distance. It was a middle-aged man and a young man. The two of them were fighting, and fiery red power and azure power intertwined. The impact of the law of fire and the law of water caused the void to tremble, and the aftermath of the power slammed into the ice field, causing countless ferocious cracks to appear on the ice field. There were also many places where ice holes appeared, and one could see the water inside. It was unknown whether it was lake water or sea water. Fang Yiming, although your progress is fast, you are still far from being able to kill me. After the middle-aged man blocked the opponent's attack, he sneered and said, "This time when I go out, I will report to the sect that you, Fang Yiming, attacked a fellow disciple in the divine emperor battlefield." Humph! On the opposite side, the young man, Fang Yiming, sneered and said, "So what if you go out and say more? Do you, Wang Liuan, have any evidence?" Around them, there was a faint formation light circulating. It was the formation set up by Fang Yiming using the formation plate to block the recording of the scryer images. Moreover, what happened in the Emperor Battle Realm? Even if you go out and make a heart demon blood oath, no one will take it seriously. Speaking of this, Fang Yiming's sneer deepened. The middle-aged man, Wang Liuan, heard this. His face was slightly gloomy. "No wonder you dared to attack me in the divine emperor battlefield. It turns out that you have already thought of a way out. However, even if it is, as you say, so what? Fang Yiming, do you have the ability to kill me? If I give you a few 100 years, you may have the ability to kill me. But at that time, I, Wang Liuan, may not even be in the Greater One sect. You want to avenge your master, but it is destined to be a dream. The corners of Wang Liuan's mouth were full of mockery. Hearing the conversation between the two, and then seeing the two people fighting more and more fiercely, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized. So they are both people of the Greater One sect. But unexpectedly, they are both middle-level divine emperors. After seeing the cultivation of the two people, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. These two people were both middle-level divine emperors, and judging from their strength, it was certainly impossible for them to be Earth underworld elders of the Greater One sect. They should be inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. However, even if they were inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, their strength was not something he could deal with without exposing his trump card. Seeing that the two people were unable to determine the winner after a long time, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed, and then his body moved slightly, breaking an icicle on one side of the glacier. Bang! With a light sound, the two people who were still fighting in the distance instantly stopped and looked in his direction. Chapter 3878. Oh no! The moment the two middle-level divine emperors of the Greater One sect looked over, Duan Lingtian's face suddenly changed, and then he teleported away, disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already far away. However, as soon as he appeared in the distance, two figures, one in front and one behind, surrounded him. They were the two divine emperors of the Greater One sect who were fighting just now. Low-level divine emperor Wang Liuan, the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, looked at the divine emperor of the Greater One sect in front of him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I haven't seen a divine emperor of the Greater One sect for a long time. I didn't expect to meet him here, but he's just a low-level divine emperor. As he said this, a touch of disdain flashed across Wang Liuan's eyes. Killing a low-level divine emperor was not a challenge, and the battle merits were low. But for him, it was better than nothing. Wang Liuan's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. On the other side, the other inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, Fang Yiming, looked indifferent. He stared at Duan Lingtian indifferently, as if he was neither happy nor sad. However, Duan Lingtian saw the hidden killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, the two middle-level divine emperors of the Greater One sect wanted to kill him. Two lords. At this time, Duan Lingtian, whose face was pale, said in a trembling voice, I saw the two of you fighting just now. Obviously, you have a grudge against each other. Killing me, a low-level divine emperor, won't give you much battle merits. How about I help one of you kill the other, and then you let me go? As Duan Lingtian said this, he glanced at Fang Yiming and Wang Liuan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Liuan's eyes lit up, and Fang Yiming's eyes also flashed with a rare glint. Just as Wang Liuan was about to speak with joy on his face, whoosh! A loud bang interrupted Wang Liuan's words. Fang Yiming had already made his move before Wang Liuan could speak. Rolling up a vast power, he charged towards Wang Liuan. Help me kill him, and I'll spare your life. When Fang Yiming attacked Wang Liuan, he didn't forget to call out to Duan Lingtian, if you don't try your best or try to escape, I'll kill you immediately. As Fang Yiming spoke, his tone was extremely cold. No one dared to doubt his words. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his high-grade sword and swept up a spatial storm as he charged towards Wang Liuan. Of course, the strength he displayed now was much weaker than Fang Yiming. However, the problem was that Wang Liuan's strength was only on par with Fang Yiming's. Dealing with Fang Yiming was already difficult for him. Now that Duan Lingtian was added to the mix, the pressure on him immediately increased. Boom! Wang Liuan unleashed his bloodline power, and his high-grade divine weapon vibrated. He temporarily retreated from Duan Lingtian and Fang Yiming's joint attack. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression. Boy from the Tianlong clan, if you're willing to help me kill him, I'll not only let you live, but also give you some divine gems. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a cold gaze from not far away. For a moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Wang Liuan disdainfully. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in this lord who seems to be about the same age as me and whom I feel close to. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian charged towards Wang Liuan again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the cold gaze on him moving away. Then, Fang Yiming attacked again. After Duan Lingtian made his next move, he caught up with Duan Lingtian and took the lead to attack Wang Liuan. Originally, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming's strength were on par. The two of them had fought for a long time, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Now, with the addition of Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian only displayed strength comparable to an ordinary low-level divine king, with the cooperation of Fang Yiming, he was still able to suppress Wang Liuan. Now, Wang Liuan was in a more and more difficult situation. From the looks of it, he was not far from being defeated, or even dying. During this process, Wang Liuan repeatedly made promises to Duan Lingtian, hoping to make Duan Lingtian change sides. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him, which made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why was this guy from the Tianlong clan so willing to believe Fang Yiming and not him? Just because Fang Yiming also looked like a young man and made him feel close to him? Now, Wang Liuan was somewhat regretful. He had shown the appearance of a middle-aged man to show his maturity and steadiness. However, at this time, it was precisely this maturity and steadiness that could take his life. In the end, seeing that he could not persuade Duan Lingtian, Wang Liuan could only give up and shift his target to Fang Yiming. Fang Yiming, you dare to collude with someone from the Tianlong clan to attack a fellow member of the same clan. If the clan finds out, they will definitely not let you off. Wang Liuan roared, his voice full of threat. However, not only did Fang Yiming ignore him, he even increased the speed of his attacks. Fang Yiming, let's join forces to kill him first. Anyway, I'm injured now. Even without him, I may not be a match for you. You don't really want to let him off, do you? Wang Liuan continued to work hard. If this goes on, even if you scare me, you will consume a lot of energy. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill him later. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Wang Liuan struggled, Fang Yiming ignored him. He was just a lower divine emperor. Moreover, judging from the strength he had displayed, it was obvious that he had just become a lower divine emperor not long ago. It was obvious that he had not even mastered the use of his divine power. To Fang Yiming, killing such a lower divine emperor was no different from killing a chicken. Fang Yiming, although I was responsible for your master's death, it was not entirely my fault. It was also related to his own greed. Fang Yiming, you can't kill me. Fang Yiming, if you dare to kill me, the clan will not let you off. At this critical moment, Wang Liuan was still trying his best to survive. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Fang Yiming or Duan Lingtian, they did not give him a chance, not even the slightest chance. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swept out his sword. The sword light, condensed by the spatial storm, pierced through the air toward Wang Liuan, forcing Wang Liuan to move his body to dodge. If it were any other time, he would be able to easily break through an attack of this level. Even now, although he had consumed a lot of his divine power, it was not difficult for him to block such an attack. But the problem was, once he blocked the attack of the Tianlong clan's disciple, he would not be able to block Fang Yiming's attack in time. Bang! A loud sound spread. a frightening force slammed onto the ice plains, causing the originally fragmented ice surface to instantly crumble and sink to the bottom of the water. At this moment, the large lake completely revealed its original appearance. However, on the surface of the lake, bursts of cold air were still gathering and rising. After a while, a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of the lake, and the thin layer of ice was getting thicker. This showed that the temperature in this area was very low. Puff! Blood spurted out like an arrow. It was Wang Liuan who had barely blocked Fang Yiming's attack. His whole body flew backward, and his face was pale and his aura was weak. Fang Yiming, you will die a horrible death. When Fang Yiming chased him again and attacked him with great momentum, Wang Liuan growled. In the next moment, he could only watch helplessly as Fang Yiming's high-grade, divine artifact fell toward him. The raging power also surrounded him. And at this moment, at the critical moment, bang! When Wang Liuan fell from the sky and approached the ice sheet, a loud sound was suddenly heard. Then the ice sheet was torn apart, and a sword light rose into the sky, killing Wang Liuan in an instant. Then a figure appeared. It was a young man in purple. It was Duan Lingtian. At some point, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to the bottom of the icy plain. He made his move at the most critical moment and killed Wang Lu and before Fang Ming could react. Who told you to kill him? When Duan Lingtian killed Wang Liuan and took Wang Liuan's identity badge and storage ring, Fang Yiming stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. He did not express any opinion about Duan Lingtian taking the spoils alone, because in his view, the Tianlong clan disciple in front of him was already a dead man. It was useless to take Wang Liuan's storage ring, and it would eventually fall into his hands. Now, what Fang Yiming cared about was that Wang Liuan was not killed by him with his own hands. Lord, in the face of Fang Yiming's reprimand, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. He smiled slightly and said, "If you kill him, his identity badge will directly dissipate and disappear. At that time, I'm afraid everyone will know that he died in the hands of his own people. After all, on the battlefield of the divine Emperor realm, only when people on opposite sides kill each other can the identity badge of the other remain intact. You are all disciples of the Greater One sect. If you kill him, his identity badge will not remain intact. But if I kill him, it will be different. At least no one will think that he died in the hands of his fellow sect members. In this way, no one will suspect you." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Fang Yiming smiled. "So I have to thank you? There's no need to thank me." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Lord, in exchange for not killing me, I will join hands with you to deal with him. Now, I will help you kill him, so that you won't be suspected. I don't want your favor, but his storage ring will belong to me. How about it?" "Okay." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Fang Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly and then nodded in agreement. "In that case, thank you, Lord," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then Duan Lingtian turned around and was ready to leave. But the moment he turned around, Fang Yiming, who appeared to be kind, suddenly made a move. The divine saber in his hand cut through the air, bringing with it a huge blade light that swept toward Duan Lingtian. The next moment, whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian was hit, it immediately dissipated. It was only a shadow that was hit. Interesting. Fang Yiming sneered and stepped out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the destination of Duan Lingtian's teleportation, staring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Chapter 3879. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Yiming, who was blocking his way. His eyes flashed, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Fang Yiming smiled coldly. "You're not so naive as to think that I let you go, right? You are a disciple of the Divine Emperor sect of the Sky Dragon sect, and I am a disciple of the Greater One sect. In this battlefield, we are absolute enemies. Today, even if you help me, I will not let you go. Of course, you'll regret not helping Wang Liuan kill me. Even if you help Wang Liuan kill me, he won't let you go. Your fate was decided the moment we found you, Li Yundong said with a smile. You're doomed to die. Fang Yiming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he spoke, and his divine power surged. Is that so? Faced with Fang Yiming's overbearing attitude, Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly. What a coincidence. I don't intend to let the one who survived either. I didn't attack you just now because I was curious if you would attack me. Fang Yiming was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he sneered. Boy, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. You're just a lower divine emperor. How dare you say you'll kill me? I've never heard of a lower divine emperor in the Tianlong clan who can defeat a medium divine emperor. Fang Yiming did not believe Duan Lingtian at all. He thought Duan Lingtian was exaggerating. Then he directly attacked Duan Lingtian with his sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a daze as he faced Fang Yiming, who was charging forward. He did not move at all. Are you scared out of your wits? Fang Yiming sneered. The sword light in his hand became stronger and stronger. It swept through the air, leaving behind a trail of sword light. In fact, as the blade light swallowed and spat out, it slashed across a glacier not far away, causing an extremely deep blade mark to appear on the glacier. From this, one could see the power of Fang Yiming's blade. Tianlong clan brat, before you die, remember well, the person who will kill you is me, Greater One Sect's inner sect elder, Fang Yiming. Fang Yiming's eyes turned cold, and the blade in his hand suddenly fell, chopping towards Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he smiled as if he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by him. You should also remember that the person who killed you is a disciple of the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian. Just when Fang Yiming thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be further frightened by him, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. His tone was indifferent, without any ripples, incomparably calm. Inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Fang Yiming was stunned. This was just an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? In addition, the name Duan Lingtian seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he heard it before? And in the moment when Fang Yiming was absent-minded, the blade light on the blade in his hand dimmed. This was purely due to his distraction. Hua! Hua la la! And in the moment when Fang Yiming was absent-minded, the space around Duan Lingtian began to fold and fluctuate without him activating his divine power. It was as if the entire space was moving according to Duan Lingtian's will. For a moment, many of the blade lights on Fang Yiming's blade were annihilated. At this moment, Fang Yiming himself also felt that the blade had become incomparably heavy and extremely difficult to move forward. In the next moment, Fang Yiming came to his senses and extended his divine sense. After a moment of sensing, his expression changed greatly. The way of control. You've mastered the way of control. The way of control was one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. If it was only in its embryonic form, its power would not be high. But now, the way of control displayed by the Tianlong clan disciple in front of him was obviously not in its embryonic form. You have a good eye. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His right hand pulled casually, and immediately the divine power of a lower divine emperor merged with the space law ultimacy. At this moment, he did not hide the space law ultimacy that he had comprehended. In terms of the space law ultimacy, he was not weaker than Fang Yiming. At the same time, he pulled casually, and a 3-foot-long green sword with 7 colors swirling around it formed. With an unparalleled sharp sword essence, it whistled towards Fang Yiming. Whoosh! As the sword swept out, the wind and clouds changed color. Even the turbulent void stopped at this moment. Sword principle. In the next moment, Fong Yiming, who had hurriedly come to his senses, changed his expression greatly again. At the same time, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of fear. Damn it! How is this possible? He's a lower divine emperor. Not only has he mastered the space law ultimacy, but he has also mastered the space, law, sword principle, and the way of control. At this moment, Fong Yiming's mind spun rapidly. At the same time, he realized that he might not be a match for his opponent, even if his opponent was only a lower divine emperor. However, his opponent's various means were enough to make up for the gap between their cultivation realms. If he continued to fight with his opponent, he would be the one to die. However, if he wanted to escape, he still had a chance. Thinking of this, Fong Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. Buzz! Fong Yiming erupted at all costs, erupting all of his bloodline power. He was not sure if he could hurt Duan Lingtian, at least he thought it was unlikely. With the help of the recoil, Fong Yiming quickly retreated and then tried to escape. You can't escape, Duan Lingtian said slowly. Then the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand flashed with 7 colors, and a 7-colored sword light flew out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The sword light broke through the void, and its speed was completely beyond Fong Yiming's imagination. How is this possible? Feeling that the danger behind him was getting stronger and stronger, Fong Yiming subconsciously turned his head to look. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he could clearly feel that there was a clear will in the 7-colored sword light. Kill! This will reverberated in his mind, but it was a clear and pleasant woman's voice. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. It's an artifact spirit. This is a high-grade divine sword with a complete artifact spirit. No. In the next moment, Fong Yiming hurriedly came back to his senses and desperately tried to block. Whoosh! Then, even though Fong Yiming desperately tried to block, the 7-colored sword light annihilated most of his attacks and fell on his body, injuring him. And it was a serious injury. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the seriously injured Fong Yiming. At this time, Fong Yiming's face was full of despair. Impossible, impossible! You are a disciple of the Tianlong clan. How can you have such a divine weapon? How can you master 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth? Impossible! After roaring in fear for a moment, Fong Yiming calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression. Who are you? External aid invited by the Tianlong clan. Even the lower divine emperors of the top divine emperors in Tonglung province can't be as heaven-defying as you. However, in the face of Fong Yiming's confusion, Duan Lingtian only responded to him with a sword, cutting the Gordian knot. Now, not only did Duan Lingtian reveal his sword Dao and Dao of control, but he also revealed the 7 orifices exquisite sword in order to kill Fong Yiming. He did not want to delay time and wait for a 3rd person to appear on the scene. With Fong Yiming's death, no one would know the secret that he revealed. Perhaps the strongest person who made the array disc of the Emperor battle plane would know. But would the strongest person care about this? Whoosh! After the sword, Fong Yiming died. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open. Obviously, he died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out how the Tianlong clan could produce such a heaven-defying character. Until his death, he still could not figure out why he found the name familiar. Finally, it's a good start. A good start, a good omen. After Duan Lingtian put away Fong Yiming's identity badge and storage ring, a bright smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out the storage ring of the Greater One Sect Inner Sect Elder, Wang Liuan. After claiming ownership of their spatial rings, Duan Lingtian, who was originally filled with anticipation, instantly had a disappointed expression when he took a glance at their contents. Really 2 poor ghosts. Especially this Fong Yiming. There are so few divine stones and divine crystals in his storage ring. Now, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten. Although he had just broken through to the divine emperor realm, the resources he enjoyed in the Tianlong clan were not something that even an ordinary black dragon elder could enjoy. Not to mention anything else. Just the amount of contribution points that the Sky Dragon sect master had given him was something that not even the elders of the Black Dragon sect had. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's vision was much higher. How could the wealth of two greater one sect inner sect elders enter his eyes? Perhaps even if a greater one sect elder was killed by Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would still curse the other party for being poor. Greater one city. At the entrance of the divine emperor battlefield. Pa! When the first shattering sound was heard, the faces of the three greater one sect inner sect elders on duty all changed. Especially when they saw the shattered soul bead. Their faces were very ugly. It's Elder Wang Liuan. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Another divine emperor has died. Now the advantage we have is getting smaller and smaller. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Was it the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? Even if it was not the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it must have been two or more Tianlong clan intersect elders working together. Moreover, if it was just two ordinary Tianlong clan intersect elders working together, even if Elder Wang Liuan was not their match, he may still be able to escape. Just as the three of them passed on the news to the person in Tai City with an ugly expression, asking him to spread the news. Pa! Another crisp sound was heard, and suddenly the expressions of the three people froze. A moment later, the three people looked at each other in dismay, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. In such a short time, another person has died? Since the start of the emperor battle with the Tianlong clan, it was not that Greater One sect had not lost a divine emperor disciple, but they had not lost two divine emperor disciples in succession. The two people who had died closest to them had died nearly 10 days apart. When their eyes fell on the shattered soul bead, their faces changed again. It's Elder Fang Yiming. Another inner sect elder has died. Two inner sect elders have died in succession. What did they encounter? Chapter 3880. Since the opening of the Emperor battle plane, although the Greater One sect had lost some inner sect elders, the number of inner sect elders that had died was very few. Most of those who died were low-level divine emperors. There were not many middle divine emperors like inner sect elders who had died. In fact, there were not more than 10 of them. But now, in just a quarter of an hour, their Greater One sect had lost two middle-level divine emperor inner sect elders in succession. Who could tell them what was going on? Inner sect elder Wang Lu and inner sect elder Fang Yiming both died in less than a quarter of an hour. Were they killed together, or were they killed one by one? As far as I know, the relationship between these two inner sect elders has always been bad. Their relationship is more than bad. In my opinion, if possible, they could even fight to the death. Do you think? Could it be that they fought to the death in the God Emperor battlefield and both sides were injured and the Tianlong clan took advantage of them? It's possible. It shouldn't be. It's a big crime to attack a fellow disciple in the God Emperor battlefield. When they return, they will be severely punished. As the news of inner sect elder Fang Yiming's death spread, Greater One City was in an uproar. Not long after, the news spread, an entire Greater One sect was shaken. No matter what the truth was, the death of two inner sect elders was a great loss for Greater One sect. Now, the number of inner sect elders who had died in Greater One sect was 9. If one more died, it would break the double digits. 9 of our Greater One sect's inner sect elders have died, and one of our Elder Earth Nether has died. On the other hand, although the Tianlong clan has lost 2 White Dragon elders, only 5 inner sect elders have died. Originally, our Greater One sect had the advantage, but now, It seems that the Tianlong clan has taken back the advantage. Damn it. If we go to Peace City now, we won't be able to make fun of the Tianlong clan. In the God-King battle between the Greater One sect and the Tianlong clan, both sides were evenly matched. Even if one side lost tragically, it was still a reversal of fortune. Now, more people were paying attention to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. As for the higher-level Quasi-Emperor battlefield, although several great battles had broken out, no one had died, only some people were injured. In fact, the most intense battles between sovereigns were between godly kings and godly emperors. On the contrary, there were very few casualties in the quasi-emperors' battlefields. This was because the quasi-emperors' battlefields were all high-level godly emperors. Even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, they still had a chance to escape. The death of 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect within a quarter of an hour was bad news for the Greater One sect. But to the Tianlong clan, this was good news. Haha, this is great. How satisfying. I don't know which elder of our Tianlong clan killed the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Killing 2 Greater One sect inner sect elders in a row. If the one who did it was an inner sect elder of our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid it's more than one person, right? It could also be Elder Bai Long. I heard that the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect have always been on bad terms and may have fought on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Now, on the Greater One sect side, many people are saying that it was an elder of our Tianlong clan who took advantage of the internal battle when both sides were injured. Even if it was an advantage, the one who died was someone from the Greater One sect. In Sky Dragon City, there was a festive atmosphere. In Peace City, the group of people of the Greater One sect, who were originally arrogant, were no longer as arrogant as before because the Greater One sect had not gained any advantage on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. It's Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, breaking the silence in Peace City. A purple figure was coming from the direction of Sky Dragon City. After arriving in Peace City, he headed straight to the place where he could exchange battle merits. He's going to exchange battle merits. Isn't he not allowed to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? I heard that he entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Didn't he just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Could it be that he gained something in the 2 months he spent on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Under the questioning gaze of many people of the Greater One sect, Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, once again came to the place where he could exchange battle merits. The last time he came, he took out 100 identity badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors and exchanged them for less than 1,000 battle merits. Back then, on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, I killed 100 people and spent a lot of effort to get less than 1,000 battle merits. This time, I didn't do much, only killed 2 people, but I got 4,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian completely turned a blind eye to the gazes that swept over him, as well as the people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect, who were following him all the way. He was deep in thought. After killing Fong Yiming on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, Duan Lingtian went all the way back and did not go any further. He intended to leave the battlefield of the Divine Emperors for the time being. For 1,000 battle merits were enough for him to exchange for something useful for his cultivation. Next, he was going to cultivate for a period of time, and when his strength had further improved, he would enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, before he was ready to come out, he also thought that he might encounter the Divine Emperors of the Greater One sect on the way back. But it turned out that imagination was beautiful and reality was cruel. Until he came out, he had not encountered a single Divine Emperor disciple of the Greater One sect. But he did encounter 2 Divine Emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan. This Duan Lingtian, has he really broken through to the Divine Emperor realm? Duan Lingtian walked into the main hall where he could exchange battle merits. Whether it was the people inside or outside the hall, they all looked at him with a questioning look. If he didn't break through, how could he enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Many people of the Tianlong clan have witnessed him enter the battlefield of the divine emperors. Let's see if he came here again. Did he not have time to exchange for battle merits? Or did he gain something from the battlefield of the divine emperors? Our Greater One sect in the past 2 months has not lost a divine emperor disciple. Perhaps he came to hand in the harvest that he did not have time to hand in. Under the gaze of a group of people, Duan Lingtian came to the counter where the divine emperors could exchange battle merits. Unlike the counter where the divine kings could exchange battle merits, there were many people in line, but there was no one in line in front of the counter where the divine emperors could exchange battle merits. So Duan Lingtian could directly deal with it as soon as he arrived. Is it the identity badge of the Greater One sect's divine king, disciple, that he did not have time to hand in the past? Behind the counter, a white-haired old man from the several top divine emperor forces of Tanglung province narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, took out 2 identity badges from the storage ring, and handed them to the old man, at the same time saying indifferently, 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the old man's pupils shrank sharply, and the people in the hall who were still noisy, also at this moment, as if someone had grabbed their throat, lost their voice. There were many people in the hall, but at this moment it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. A moment later, someone came back to his senses. Did I hear wrong? Duan Lingtian said that the identity badges in his hand belonged to the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect? In the past 2 months, the Greater One sect has indeed lost 2 inner sect elders. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Elder Wang Liuan and Elder Fang Yiming are both middle divine emperors. It is impossible for them to die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Impossible. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately mystifying things. Inside the hall, the people of the Tianlong clan were shocked, and the people of the Greater One sect did not believe it. It was not until the old man behind the counter took the 2 identity badges and sighed that they came back to their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. These are indeed the identity badges of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. I didn't expect that the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, who had recently fallen, were killed by you. These were the old man's words. The 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect are both middle divine emperors. Duan Lingtian, you can get 4,000 battle merits. As the old man spoke, he gave Duan Lingtian the battle merits. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, the old man's voice transmission entered his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can consider joining our clan. Our clan is one of the top clans in the Tanglung province. If you join us, we will give you the treatment of a direct descendant. Almost at the same time, several voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears, one after another from the other counters. People from several top divine emperor forces in the Tanglung province could not help but extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian, as if they had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian had rejected them in the past. Duan Lingtian, don't be in a hurry to reject. I know that you may want to wait until the end of the emperor battle before choosing a stronger force to join. Our clan welcomes you at any time. Duan Lingtian, the clan behind me, can wait for you to complete your training in the emperor battle plane. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the invitations from several top forces. In the end, when the crowd subconsciously made way for him, he left the main hall. At the same time, there was an uproar in the main hall. Those 2 inner sect elders of Greater One sect really died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Heavens, how did Duan Lingtian do it? Didn't he just break through to the divine emperor realm? Let's go. Let's ask him. Many people followed Duan Lingtian out of the main hall, and those who did not follow him hurriedly began to send messages back to their respective sections. For a time, Sky Dragon City and Greater One City were in an uproar. Some time ago, the two inner sect elders of Greater One Sect, who were suspected to have died at the hands of a divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was wantonly exchanging his battle merits for various things that he urgently needed in Peace City. The main thing was that he needed rare medicinal ingredients to refine divine pills. During this process, many people asked him, "Duan Lingtian, you just broke through to the divine emperor realm. So how did you kill those two inner sect elders of Greater One Sect? They were both middle divine emperors." Chapter 3881. As someone asked this question to Duan Lingtian, numerous curious gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian. Everyone was curious. How did Duan Lingtian, a person who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm, kill two inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect? It should be said that the inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect were all middle-level divine emperors. Although Duan Lingtian was recognized as a monstrous genius, but the profound meaning of the laws that he had comprehended was at most on par with the inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect. Given the difference in cultivation level, it was already shocking that he was able to fight to a draw with the inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect, not to mention killing the inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect. Moreover, it was two inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect. Looking at Duan Lingtian's current appearance, he doesn't seem to be injured. How did he do it? In addition to curiosity, there was only curiosity in the eyes. But facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "If I told you that I was lucky to kill the two people of the Greater One Sect, would you believe me?" "Lucky? How is it lucky?" More and more people opened their mouths, asking all at once. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, "I have been in the divine emperor battlefield for 2 months, but I have not encountered a single divine emperor of the Greater One Sect. And at this time on an ice field I witnessed two people fighting, and it was a battle of life and death. Most importantly, the two people fighting were not people of our Tianlong clan." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, many people's pupils shrank sharply. "Duan Lingtian, there were even people of the Greater One Sect who could not help but ask, 'Duan Lingtian, you mean the two inner sect elders of our Greater One Sect were fighting on the divine emperor battlefield?' Now, the matter of the discord between the Greater One Sect inner sect Elder Wang, Liuan, and Fang Yiming was not a secret, not only in the Greater One Sect, but also in the Tianlong clan." "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "When the two of them fought, every move they made was a killing move. While they were fighting, I heard their conversation. It should be because of Fang Yiming's master that the two of them started a feud and would not rest until one of them was dead. They're fighting, and they're all stronger than me. Naturally, I can't expose myself. Once I do, they'll definitely kill me. So I waited. After waiting for a few days, they finally reached the end of their lives. When they were both heavily injured and on the brink of death, I appeared and killed them. Well, it didn't take much effort." Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian, as though he did not see the lifeless eyes of the crowd, continued, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank the two inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect for their infighting. Otherwise it would have been impossible for me, Duan Lingtian, to have such a great harvest the first time I entered the divine emperor battlefield. After killing them and taking their identity badges, I didn't continue to stay there. I just wanted to go in and join in the fun. With such a great harvest, it would be very dangerous to continue to stay there." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he disregarded the dumbstruck crowd and directly left with large strides. This time, there was no one chasing after him, and when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared at the end of the road, the group of people came back to their senses. Heavens, I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Duan Lingtian's luck is too good, isn't it? he unexpectedly encountered an infighting between two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, and finally, with the advantage of being the Oriole behind, the weak defeated the strong and killed the two. Isn't it a little too easy for him to get his 4,000 battle merits? It really makes people envious. If I could encounter an infighting between the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the Divine Emperor battlefield, that would be great. Now, the people who were discussing animatedly were basically the disciples of the Tianlong clan. As for the disciples of the Greater One sect, they were all dispersing with an ugly look on their faces. However, although they did not say anything at the scene, but secretly they angrily spread the news back to Greater One City. Between their words, there was no lack of curses directed at Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. For a time, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming, the two inner sect elders who had already died, seemed to have become the sinners of the Greater One sect, spurned by everyone. What? Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming died in the hands of Duan Lingtian? That Duan Lingtian who killed hundreds of disciples of our Greater One sect on the Divine King battlefield a few years ago? He has just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. How could he kill two inner sect elders? The two inner sect elders were fighting for a few days, and after both sides were injured and exhausted, he took advantage of them. When Duan Lingtian said this, I was also present. Duan Lingtian seemed to also say that when the two inner sect elders were fighting, they seemed to mention that the hatred between the two inner sect elders originated from the master of Elder Fang Yiming. Greater One City was in an uproar, completely in an uproar. The two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect that had recently fallen were not openly killed in the hands of the people of the Sky Dragon sect, but instead killed each other and were taken advantage of by others. Shameful. Too shameful. Now, the Tianlong clan is most likely laughing at our Greater One sect, right? I really don't know what they are thinking. The Emperor Battle Plane is the stage for our Greater One sect and the Tianlong clan to fight. Why would they fight among themselves? If they really wanted to fight among themselves, they could just sign a life and death contract and kill each other in the sect. Now, in the Deity Emperor battlefield, they were taken advantage of and they all died. What a joke! These two people are simply throwing away the face of our Greater One sect. For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not know that his words had caused a series of chain reactions. Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming had become the sinners of the Greater One sect. Even their family and friends could no longer raise their heads. Duan Lingtian only knew of this matter a month later, when Shui Haichuan personally told him. Junior brother Duan, this time you not only took advantage of them. If the two people you took advantage of came back to life and learned about the current situation of their family and friends, they would most likely vomit blood from regret. I really don't know what they're thinking. How could they fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and even fight to the point where both sides are exhausted? Didn't they think that our Sky Dragon sect would pass by and take advantage of them? Shui Haichuan repeatedly shook his head. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian inevitably felt a little guilty. At that time, although the two people of the Greater One sect were killing each other, they were still holding back, especially Wang Liuan, who obviously did not want to be entangled with Fang Yiming. If he was not there, or did not show up, Wang Liuan most likely would have left Fang Yiming behind and would not have fought with Fang Yiming to the point of being injured. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, then blame your Greater One sect disciples. If it weren't for them suspecting that you killed each other, and our Sky Dragon sect took advantage of it, I wouldn't have said that. A month ago, before leaving the Divine Emperor battlefield and going to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian did not intend to say that it was because Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming killed each other that he took advantage of them. The reason why he said that was because the disciples of the Greater One sect gave him the inspiration. On the way to Sky Dragon City, he heard a lot of people mention that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were not on good terms. So when asked later, he took the opportunity to say that. He also believed that that was the answer that the Greater One sect was more willing to accept. if he said that Duan Lingtian with his own strength killed 2 people at their peak, not to mention that the Greater One sect would not believe it, the Greater One sect would not be willing to accept such an answer. An inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, killed 2 Middle Divine Emperor elders of the Greater One sect? If this were to spread out, the Greater One sect would become a laughingstock. Of course, if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, even if the people of the Greater One sect speculated, it would not have any impact on the family and friends of Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. However, after Duan Lingtian personally confirmed that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were guilty, even if the Greater One sect would not be implicated and punish their family and friends, the other people of the Greater One sect would not let their family and friends have an easy time. Little Tian, suddenly, as though thinking of something, Xue Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian. I heard that. A month ago, after you exchanged for 4,000 battle merits, you used up all of them. Do you have a lot of things that you need? Those things in Hepping City? Xue Haichuan asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There are a lot of things that I need recently. After I have used up all the things I exchanged recently, after a period of closed-door cultivation, I will enter the Divine Emperor battlefield again to earn battle merits. I will try to buy all the things I want as soon as possible. In this regard, Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide it. Moreover, the things he bought in the future would certainly be known, so there was no point in hiding it now. How many more battle merits do you need? Xue Haichuan asked. Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. When he heard Xue Haichuan's question, he said bluntly, I still need more than 14,000 battle merits. Next time, I will kill a few more Greater One sect inner elders, and I will have enough. If I'm lucky, I can get 3 times the battle merits by killing an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Although a mid-level Divine Emperor was worth 2,000 battle merits in the Divine Emperor battlefield, Elder by Long of the Tianlong clan and the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect were outstanding mid-level Divine Emperors. Killing either of them would give 3 times the battle merits. In other words, killing in Greater One sect inner elder was worth 2,000 battle merits. Killing an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect would give 3 times the battle merits of 2,000 battle merits, which was 6,000 battle merits. Kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Xue Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian, don't be arrogant just because you killed 2 Greater One sect inner elders by luck. With your current strength, I'm afraid you are not a match for an inner elder of the Greater One sect at his peak. And the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, under normal circumstances, can fight to a draw with 3 ordinary Greater One sect inner elders. Chapter 3882. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly in the face of Xue Haichuan's advice. I was just joking. I know how lucky I was this time. If he encountered the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One sect, he would not be able to kill him if he used his trump card. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the Elder Earth Nether. Under such circumstances, he hoped he would not encounter the Elder Earth Nether. Otherwise, he would either have to wait for his death or reveal his trump card. And the consequences of exposing his trump card could very well bring him a life and death crisis. Although he could say the Elder Earth Nether was making it up and deliberately slandering him. After all, the Elder Earth Nether would not be able to make a heart demon blood oath after leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. This was because when he revealed his trump card to the Elder Earth Nether, it would be in the Emperor Battle Realm and not in the mystic Astral Land. At that time, he could even make a heart demon blood oath in front of everyone that he did not reveal his trump card in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although the battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm was also enveloped by a formation set up by a Supreme Expert, it was completely separate from the Supreme Expert. Unless the Supreme Expert had left his divine consciousness on the formation, It would be impossible for him to know what was going on in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duan Lingtian would believe it if one said the divine consciousness of a supreme powerhouse from the revered battle realm or the supreme battlefield realm was embedded in the formation. However, the supreme expert in the Emperor Battle Realm would not be interested in joining in the fun. Of course, this was only Duan Lingtian's guess. He was not 100% sure. For this reason, he did not want to reveal his trump card in front of the Elder Earth, Nether from the Greater One sect. In fact, he did not even want to encounter the Elder Earth, Nether, in the Emperor Battle Realm. The reason why he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm was because he had just broken through to the godly Emperor Realm. His confidence was inflated, and he wanted to experience a real battle between godly emperors. Another reason was that he had accumulated some things that he could exchange for in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City. For example, the herbs he needed to refine divine pills. In the past, he had obtained many good items from the divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine estate. Most of them were useful to divine emperors. However, only a portion of those things were what he currently needed. Some things were better for medium-level godly emperors or even high-level godly emperors. Because of these two reasons, he went to the Emperor Battle Plane. It wasn't until he thought about the possibility of encountering the Greater One Sect's Earth, Nether Elder on the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plane that he felt some lingering fear. He had to admit that from the very beginning, he had thought that he would get lucky. On the other hand, he was also thinking that if he used the 7 Orifices Exquisite sword normally, together with the Sword Tao and the Tao of Control, he might not be able to kill the Greater One Sect's Elder Earth Nether. But what if the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite sword Huang appeared? Huang. Oi's strength increased along with his cultivation. Even now, he might not be much inferior to him. In short, there was a certain amount of hope. Of course, there was also the element of gambling. I was lucky this time. Next time, try not to take such a risk. Even if I were to be exposed, no one might suspect me and attack me, but I still have to be on guard. It's the same reason why I don't dare to reveal that I can refine the limit of the Emperor-grade divine pills. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. When he heard Duan Lingtian saying that he was in need of battle merits, he pondered for a moment before he said, I obtained 8,000 battle merits in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, but I only used a few hundred points. I still have 7,000 left. If you're in need of battle merits, I'll lend you 7,000 points. That's half of the 14,000 points you want. It should be enough to solve your problem. Xue Haichuan said. As soon as Xue Haichuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately shook his head. Brother Haichuan, I'll earn the battle merits myself. You should keep the battle merits for yourself. Xue Haichuan also shook his head. Didn't I tell you that I don't need the battle merits for the time being? Moreover, I'm lending them to you, not giving them to you. You'll have to return what I lend you. What? Are you going to go back on your word? Moreover, if I don't lend you the battle merits, who knows when you'll run to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors again on a whim. You're lucky this time, but you may not be next time. As he spoke, Xue Haichuan's expression became much more solemn, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. A warm current rose in Duan Lingtian's heart, but he still decided to decline Xue Haichuan's kindness. However, Xue Haichuan's persistence was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectation. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not resist and borrowed 6,000 battle merits from Xue Haichuan. Battle merits could be transferred between people of the same sect through their identity badges. When Duan Lingtian was still a divine king, his battle merits were on his identity badge of the Tianlong clan. Normally speaking, he could transfer the battle merits on that identity badge to the identity badge of the divine emperors of the Tianlong clan that he obtained later. But he did not do that. Firstly, it was too troublesome. Secondly, there were not many battle merits in the identity badge of the Tianlong clan. There were only a few points, so he felt that there was no need to transfer it. Even if he did, he might not be able to use those few points. Take the battle merits and exchange them for some things that you've accumulated. As for the rest, wait until your strength has improved further before you enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. After transferring the battle merits to Duan Lingtian, Xue Haichuan smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, "Next time, when you want to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, let me know and I'll go with you." I think the next time you enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, you should already have strength that is not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Greater One Sect. As Xue Haichuan spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian and could not help sighing. "I still remember the first time I saw you, not long ago. At that time, you were only a divine king and not even a high divine king. Now, I'm still a middle divine emperor, a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. But you already have strength that is close to a middle divine emperor." Faced with Xue Haichuan's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Yes, perhaps it won't be long before I can catch up with you, Brother Xue Haichuan. At that time, I'll also become a white dragon elder. You're asking for a beating now." Xue Haichuan shook his head helplessly. Then his eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little Tian, last time when you were ambushed by Kuang Tianjing, it was on purpose, right?" Xue Haichuan had come out from the Emperor Battle Realm a month ago. As soon as he came out, he heard that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by Kuang Tianjing. At that time, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would seek refuge with Sikong, and that Kuang Tianjing would find an opportunity to kill him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that Duan Lingtian was not an impulsive person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have deliberately tricked Kuang Tianjing. Of course it was on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded. If I hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm and gained some confidence in my strength, I wouldn't have dared to leave Sikong's place so easily. However, things went well. Kuang Tianjing is finished. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kuang Tianjing had almost killed him back in the Linghu clan. If it wasn't for Linghu Renja activating the Linghu clan's clan protecting Grand Array, Kuang Tianjing would have died back then. If he had the chance, he would not let this mortal enemy live for even a moment. "I told you, you're not an impulsive person." Xue Haichuan nodded with a smile. "This time you managed to kill Kuang Tianjing and got rid of a big problem." However, suddenly, Xue Haichuan's expression turned serious. "You mustn't be careless because of this. This time, the sect made the decision to kill Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. It can be considered as helping you eliminate the source of trouble. However, there's still one person who hasn't been executed. I'm sure you know who that person is even if I don't tell you." Xue Haichuan solemnly said. The reason he didn't die is because his father-in-law is Vice Sect Master Xuemingji. This time, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill you in the sect. He definitely didn't do it willingly. Our Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect have been fighting for many years. I understand this Kuang Tianjing very well. Although he isn't someone who fears death, he absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. And the 10,000 Demon sect isn't enough to force him to risk his life to kill you in the sect. There's only one person who can force him to take action. Xuemingji. As Xue Haichuan said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. In truth, he hadn't thought too deeply about this before. Even if Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill him, he would only think that Kuang Tianjing wanted to kill him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to grow. After all, if he grew, it was very likely that he would kill Kuang Tianjing and Kuang Tianjing's family and friends. But now, listening to Xue Haichuan's words, it was impossible for Kuang Tianjing to willingly kill him in the sect. I don't know much about this Vice sect Master Xuemingji, but I've heard of some of his deeds when he was young. This person's talent and perception aren't at the top, but he's a very scheming person. This time, Kuang Tianjing died for nothing. He absolutely won't let this go. Even if you're in the sect, you must pay attention to your safety. Xue Haichuan said. Chapter 3883. Everyone in Tanglong province knew that the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had started the War of the Emperors. Of course, those who did not know were either too weak or had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Once the War of the Emperors began, countless god kings and god emperors died. This was a great burden for the Tianlong clan and Tai sect. Under such circumstances, the two sects began to recruit god king and god emperor disciples. Their purpose was to let them participate in the War of the Emperors and share the burden of their sections. In fact, joining the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. It could be described as 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Because of this, there were far fewer people who were willing to join the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time. Of course, it was only fewer than other times, but not none. Some people who had been living a peaceful life for too long found it difficult to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Coupled with the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in order to seek a breakthrough, would choose to join the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time and devote themselves to the War of the Emperors. For some god emperors of the Tianlong clan and Tai sect, the War of the Emperors was a very good opportunity to become a god emperor. And for many god kings and god emperors, was it not a very good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Some people's talent and comprehension were worse. Even if they had cultivation methods, they would encounter an extremely difficult bottleneck to surmount. And at this time, if they were faced with a life and death crisis, it was very likely that they would be able to smoothly make a breakthrough on the line between life and death. Profiting from a disaster, there were many similar examples. Many people, for this reason, even entered dangerous places where there was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, fought powerful monsters, and even left behind by psychologically twisted experts. They either died or made a breakthrough. And compared to those dangerous places, although the War of the Emperors between the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had the same effect, it was not as dangerous. In addition, in the Tianlong clan and Tai sect, if you died in the War of the Emperors, you would be treated as a martyr, and your family would be taken care of by the sect. If you didn't die, you could use your battle merits to exchange for some treasures you wanted. In comparison, god kings and god emperors who wanted to make a breakthrough in the War of the Emperors would be more willing to join the Tianlong clan or Tai sect at this time. Because of the critical situation in the War of the Emperors, the disciples of the two sects had been fighting inside without rest. Therefore, at this time, the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had simplified the War of the Gods. Since the start of the War of the Emperors, the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up a place to register disciples outside of the sect's encampment, in the void beyond the 9 mountain ranges. There was a small floating island with some tables and chairs on it. The Sky Dragon sect's elder, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, was sitting on top of it. 3 elders, the elders, and 3 Tai sect elders were the elders. In fact, these elders' duties were not only to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Dragon sect, they were also in charge of patrolling the surrounding area, and part-time recruitment, because there weren't many people coming to join the Tianlong clan at this time. There weren't many sect elders left. There was also a white dragon elder and 7 inner sect elders patrolling the area. Take this identity token and go in directly. Someone will receive you. A young man in blue received an identity token from an inner elder of the Sky Dragon sect. When he heard the elder's words, he couldn't help but glance at the Sky Dragon sect's camp. Elder, I can go in directly? I heard that the Tianlong clan's sect guarding array is very powerful. Once the killing array is activated, even god emperors will die. The young man in blue said with fear, I'm just a high-level god king. Won't I be killed if I go in rashly? Upon hearing his words, Elder Bailong and the other two inner sect elders couldn't help but laugh. The face of the inner sect elder who gave him the token darkened as he said, Kid, what do you think the identity token I gave you is for? If you go in with this identity token, you won't be targeted by the sect guarding array. Someone will take you to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds because you have this identity token. So that's how it is. The young man in blue understood. Elder, what is the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds? With my cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to become an inner sect disciple, right? Shouldn't I be going to your sect's inner sect disciples training grounds? If you want to go to the inner sect cultivation grounds, you'll have to come out of the Emperor Battle realm alive. The inner sect elder said faintly, Once the war is over, as long as you are willing to stay in the Heavenly Dragon sect, we will treat you like any other disciple and arrange a place for you. Now that you've joined the Tianlong clan, you can only go to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds. This is to prevent people with ulterior motives from coming to the Tianlong clan and causing trouble. The Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds was an area specially designated by the Tianlong clan after the Emperor battle began. It was for the godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples who joined the Tianlong clan during the Emperor battle to stay and cultivate. That area was close to the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor battle realm was located. It was only a mountain away. The godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples could only move around that area and the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. They were not allowed to go anywhere else. If they were found to have gone somewhere else, they would be executed. There was a golden dragon elder personally overseeing the area. I see. The young man in blue was enlightened when he heard this. He smiled and said, The Tianlong clan is indeed a good clan. They're so considerate. This will stop those who want to take advantage of us. Take advantage of us? The inner sect elder sneered. If anyone dares to take advantage of us at this time, the same time next year will be the anniversary of their death. All right, you can go now. Remember, don't keep the identity token in your spatial ring. It's best if you keep it in your hand. Of course, if you think it's too cumbersome, you can hang it on your waist. The young man in blue did not stay any longer under the inner sect elder's urging. He flew directly to the Tianlong temple. Shortly after he entered the Tianlong temple, an inner sect deacon came forward and led him to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds near the entrance to the Tianlong temple's cultivation grounds. Emperor Battle Realm, I've heard so much about you. I hope you won't disappoint me. If I can break through and become a divine emperor before the Emperor Battle ends, I'll be the first divine emperor under the age of 10,000 in the history of the clan. The young man in blue was filled with anticipation as he followed the inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan to the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation grounds. That kid sure is a chatterbox. It's so quiet now that he's gone. Another inner sect elder shook his head with a smile on his face. That's right. He's the only one who has come to join the sect in the past 2 days. Elder Bailong nodded in agreement. As soon as White Dragon Elder nodded, the old man with the Black Dragon Elder's identity token on his waist suddenly stood up. Sensing the Black Dragon Elder's actions, the White Dragon Elder and the remaining inner sect elders all stood up one after another. In the next moment, while the 3 inner sect elders were at a loss, Elder Bailong seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the distant horizon. As for Elder Black Dragon, he had already looked in that direction. Someone's there. The 3 inner sect elders looked into the distance, but they did not see anything. It was only when the clouds in the distance stirred that their eyes narrowed slightly. It's only now that we've noticed it. Is it a divine emperor? Even if it's a lesser divine emperor, We should have noticed it long ago. Could it be that it's not a lesser divine emperor? While the three inner sect elders were whispering to each other, Elder Bai Long said, "It's a medium divine emperor." A medium divine emperor? Elder Bai Long looked solemn when he heard Elder Bai Long's words. The three inner sect elders' eyes lit up. A medium divine emperor is going to join the sect at this time? That's good news. Since the start of the War of the Emperors until now, there have only been 5 lower divine emperors. This is the first medium divine emperor. As the three inner sect elders' eyes lit up, a figure flew over from afar and landed on the floating island in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and sturdy young man. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. He carried a divine weapon on his back. Judging from the aura it gave off, it was obviously a superior divine sword. After the black-robed young man landed, he looked at Elder Bai Long and said calmly, "I want to join the Tianlong clan and participate in the War of the Emperors. Welcome." Elder Bai Long stared at the black-robed young man for a while. Then a smile appeared on his skinny face. At the same time, he personally helped him with the formalities. A medium divine emperor, even if he had bad intentions, couldn't cause any trouble in the Tianlong clan. Besides, these people were usually isolated in the War of the Emperors. They couldn't do anything except help the Tianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. Moreover, if they dared to cause trouble in the War of the Gods, they were doomed to die. The black-robed young man was a man of few words. Even when Elder Bai Long asked for his name, he only replied coldly, "Yan Zhe." After the black-robed young man entered the Sky Dragon sect's encampment with his identity token, the White Dragon Elder, who was standing not far from the Black Dragon Elder, shook his head as he watched the black-robed young man leave. How reclusive. However, judging from his aura, he's still some distance away from becoming a superior divine emperor. He shouldn't be here to break through. As Elder White Dragon spoke, he looked puzzled. Elder Bai Long said indifferently, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Those lower divine emperors who came before didn't all come to break through to the medium divine emperor realm." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.